Salary adjustments, if you don't mind, I can explain the process.
I guess.
I think you need to understand the process in order to understand my response.
Well, not necessarily, because earlier you said everything you did had to be sanctioned by the mayor. So if it's sent to you from the mayor, and you know we don't have the budget that we can handle it, do you still sign off on it anyway? I guess that's my question.
What we do when there's a request for salary adjustment, it comes through HR. HR reviews to make sure that everything is in order. It is also signed off by the business administrator, or the department. The CFO checks for the certification of funds, as well as the accuracy of the calculation. I then review, and upon the recommendation that the funds are available from the CFO, I sign off.
And before you continue, just I want the record to reflect that Councilman Abdul Rashid arrived at 8:25 p.m. I'm sorry. And
If that's the case, Mr. Mayor, as it relates to the police department, and we'll talk about this offline, there needs to be a meeting so that we can bring those officers who has a discrepancy in their pay and money that we've been owing them long term. The problem they're having is they can't get the calculations from your department so that those things can be closed. And I see you laughing at it, but this has been an ongoing process since last year. We need to come to closure on that. But I think it's time we set up a meeting with Tanya, who is your payroll person, who does the calculations, and make sure that those officers are made whole. That has not happened, and I have been requesting it since I think like October, November, since I came back, and it has not happened yet. So, but I will talk to you about setting up a date next week so that everybody can sit down and we can come to closure on that as we go through this new budget year.
And Councilwoman Easley,
if you don't mind.
and if you will be so kind, let me interject. The budget consultant was in the process of working with the police department to check on those salaries and was put on hold because they had to get some information from the finance department specifically about the police department. So they were working on it.
They were working on it. They did not get a response,
No,
which is
I just
why
wanted to let you, right,
which is
okay.
why I'm reiterating it tonight. There was no response. They can't get the information they need
Right.
from
Okay.
Mr. Matt's department.
Right.
And he's shaking his head no. But whatever the situation is, we just need to get it resolved. So I will be calling you for a meeting early next week. Okay?
At my pleasure.
Councilwoman Easton, if I may, kind of dovetailing on Mr. Mapp's comment, this notion that the process involves an examination of whether funds are available, as it relates to 2014, as we all know, we don't have a budget. So any notion that funds are available is purely speculative, contingent upon the passage of the budget. So how one could make a determination today that funds will be available in this budget, I'm not sure how that happens. But that's my response to this notion that we see if the funds are available.
But if I'm sorry, Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, that's fine.
Mr. Matt, when you did, were there a process with the promotion where they deferred their raises for a certain length of time? Was that part of the promotion process
Regarding which promotions?
for the fire department? Did they defer their increases to for a certain number of months, a year?
I'm not aware of that.
So they got their increases immediately?
I don't know that.
Well, you did the salary. You have to put it on the payroll. So why wouldn't you know that?
I think you're making assumptions, Councilor.
Well, I'm asking
Because-
a question. Help us understand what you're
Okay,
trying.
what is your
Just help us
question?
understand.
What is your question,
You said you assigned the
Counselor?
salary adjustments. So salary adjustment means somebody got an increase. When would that increase go into effect?
Counselor, I am not aware of any forms for salary increases that came to me for the fire department promotions.
Miss something?
No, I don't think so. And that's why I asked the question initially. I would like to know how promotions impact us in a budgetary way. And it's my understanding some employees were promoted from the position of firefighter to captain, which carries with it a significant increase in salary. And I'm not going into specifics about who and how much. I'm just saying that if you look at 5 individuals who are getting significant increases, you could be looking at several $100,000 to the budget. And I would like to know that someone's keeping the tabs on that.
That's why, Councilman Mayor, I said I must have missed something based on his last answer.
Counselor, I explained the process to you when I get involved. And I don't know if it's not clear, but what I said, and I'll repeat, is that when I receive a request for a salary adjustment, it goes to the HR department, who verifies the accuracy of the information in terms of start date, in terms of, for example, if it's a request for longevity adjustment. Once it is signed off by HR, it goes to either the BA or the Chief Financial Officer. Once the Chief Financial Officer verifies the accuracy of the calculations, it comes to me, I review it, I sign off. That's the process. But if you're asking me, has that been done for the fire department, I inform you that I have no knowledge, no recollection of receiving such a request in my department.
And final word on this, if I can, Council President, and that's all I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Mapp, is that to me, it works better, it's better for the city, more efficient, if at the point a decision is made to promote someone, that the fire director says, I want to promote 5 individuals, that it be conferenced with you so that you know then and there, before the ceremony, before they are sworn in, before their families are here, that we know what the impact is on the city's finances, and then we schedule the ceremony. That's all I'm saying.
I don't disagree with you.
Well, then I would like us to, I think that's what the code suggests, and again, I urge you to review it.
I don't make decisions on promotions. I don't.
No, I'm not talking about I'm talking about what it's costing us to promote someone. There's a cost to it.
But I
Mr. Mapp,
responded to the
Mr. Mapp,
questions that are being raised, but you're not accepting my
Mr. Matt,
response.
we hear what you're saying, but Mr. Scarry, can you come up with Mr. Matt? And if I can simplify it, when there's a recommendation for an increase, whether salary, promotion, does it come to you to verify that the budget can withstand that? And do you have to sign off on it? Not so much for approval, but that the money is there?
Right now, we're in a budget process, and what
Generally
I'm...
speaking, just saying, generally speaking,
No.
if I want to promote John?
As far as I know, there has not been anything in place for that at this point, except that I think that what's happened is that the departments put into their budget a projection of the promotions that they were projecting that they were going to want in that year's budget.
But it doesn't.
But as far as me confirming it, or no, I didn't. I was not involved in that process prior to this. Okay.
Councilman Abdul Rashid, we were doing reports from different committees and liaisons. Do you have a report from the Housing Authority?
No, except that they'll have their public meeting this Thursday at 6 o'clock at 105. 105 Wilson Place in Orange.
This Thursday at 6 p.m. Thank you.
So, President,
Yes, sir.
someone left a notebook and it says Minister's 4th month report, Keith, here, so it may be valuable. I don't know who it is. I'll give it to the clerk's office if they want to inquire about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
See the agenda? Know the agenda?
Yes. We have constable reports right now. It's the month of July 2014. Mr. Harris worked as security for Dr. Rodella. The month of January 2014, Mr. Torre had no activity. For the month of January 2014, Mr. Brody had no activity. Department of Community Service, the month of January 2014, $13,465. Clerk's Office for month of January 2014, $92.81. OPA reports, month of January 2014, received 19 OPA requests, 83 items were completed, and 2 items are still pending.
Ms. Smith, just for clarification, so one request can receive 5 items?
5, 10, 15, 20.
Yeah, because it's just so people understand. Clerk, follow reports.
There are no communications or petitions. We're up to number 7 now, which is your citizen comments. Pursuant to Section 4-10, the Code of the City of Orange Township, each person addressing the council shall step up to the microphone, shall give his or her name in an audible tone for the record, and unless further time is granted by the presiding officer, shall limit his or her address to 10 minutes. Also, the public is expected to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Any derogatory, abusive, or threatening statements will not be permitted. The chair will immediately rule such conduct out of order and terminate any further comments.
William R. Lewis.
Good evening, Council President, members of the Orange City Council. My name is William R. Lewis. I live at 688 Mosswood Avenue, and I'm out of uniform. But be that as it may, I'm working hard. Couple of things here. Just to remind you, in case you've forgotten, the toll on the fines levied against the City of Orange now reach a level of $638,000. So I don't know what you're doing. I gave you a recommendation. And the other thing, just let me make a comment here then. What I say here, I said this doing 16 years on the council. I was the one raising all the questions. And it causes people to react. And I heard there's a little tater-tate you hear about how do we get some information. Let's issue a subpoena. Thank God for George Washington Bridgegate, because nobody would know anything about subpoenas. But that information is available in the Rutgers courses that you never take. And let me just give you a caveat there.
Council, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to clarify, because you say that often about council members not taking the courses.
I know you took the course, and so did Councilwoman Easton.
I just want to clarify.
Right.
I just wanted to let you know that several council members have taken the courses, and right now they suspended the courses, and they're revamping the program, so the program is not available at this time. So I just wanted to clarify that for you.
Yes, but there's only one new person on the council. Everyone's been here through one term. That's 4 years. Okay, so I accept your comments. Question, through your chair, what is the type of practices Dan Smith have in private practice? Is it partnership, firm, sole practitioner? What is it? Anyone know?
I'm not sure, and
Okay.
I can put it to him and have him respond.
Okay. And you have 2 ordinances not on tonight. One resolution that is related to one of those ordinances. The ordinances are 56-2013 and 1-2014. In any event, these ordinances involve state actions and concerns. And the question I have, you need to have your attorney contact the Attorney General, getting a written legal opinion that it's okay to go ahead with that business. One was having to do with the budget schedule, and the other had to do with changing the election date, which I think someone mentioned at the previous meeting. Why would you do that in the middle of an election cycle? It looks like you're benefiting unfruitfully from the just labors or unjust labors of your actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeffrey Feld.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld, a local business person whose address is 268 Main Street, Orange, New Jersey. As my custom, I posted various heads-up questions and comments on the www.nj.com, city's public forum website. This month is Black History Month, and I would like to recommend a book to everyone to read. It's won a Pulitzer Prize. It's called Devil in the Grove. It's basically talking about Thurgood Marshall, and who's probably the greatest civil rights attorney that we've had in this country. And the reason I mention it, the world what he fought against 60 years ago was very scary. And when he was trying to desegregate schools, he understood it was going to be a long process. And it sort of ties into what people behind me are in the process of doing, that we had to get one slice at a time. Tonight, I don't believe the agenda and the bill list was posted on the city's website prior to the meeting. And that goes into the idea of financial transparency and goes to the questions that this body had before about subpoenas. I mean, we always asking about the public website, best practices. Why aren't the audits on it? Why isn't the action compliance plan? Why isn't the temporary 3-month resolution on? As last meeting, I was talking about the differentials of the amount of monies that were based on a report that you received and the amount of your budget. There's a $36 million difference. Over the years, it took time to find out whether our reservoir was subject to foreclosure. I mean, I make Oprah requests. If people don't respond, they're subject to criminal liability. It's outrageous that we can't get from the city's attorney's office a list of all outstanding litigation against the city. Considering that there are 3 federal cases against the city, one involving our former fire chief, one involving a former assistant city attorney, and one involving our current police director. We need to know, yes, Mr. Mays, if you look at some of the bill lists and some of the requisitions, you would see that the police director, there's attorneys being used to defend those actions. We need to know what our exposure is. Because through Oprah, we found out that there was a bond anticipation note. It's been refunded for the 2nd time. The question I've been asking is, when you have a debt, don't you have to come to the city council to get that debt approved? No one's ever answered that question. And when you extended it, you did refinancing. The city council never was told. And the only reason I found out is because I made a request to get the backup for the bond council's work. These are the little things we have to look at. The annual debt statement, as of Friday, has not been filed in the clerk's office. I don't know if that's due to because we're still waiting for the reevaluation for the numbers. I don't know. But there's certain things. In addition, the unaudited financial statement, that's usually due on the 10th day of the 2nd month. I've made a request. I don't believe it's been filed yet with the city clerk. These are the information of the budget process that we're all looking for. We need this information. Because that ties into like the bill list. There are members of the Citizen Budget Advisory Committee that are here tonight. They even made comments about some of the footnotes. Because this is one of the things I'm very concerned about, and other people are. Because of Oprah, I discovered that there's a settlement with the state regarding unemployment payments that weren't not made, and there's about a $200,000 interest and penalty payment that has to be done. And attached to the requisition and the purchase order, there was a memo, and that requisition was signed twice with Mr. Mapp's signature, but I don't know if the city council ever approved a 3-year payout with the state. I attended the budget meetings. I don't recall anyone ever talking about that we're going to have a 3-year payout with the state. And this ties into the bill list. And I commend Councilperson Eason and Councilman Maribel for going after Mr. Mapp. On the first meeting in January, this council approved a 3-month appropriation. The first line you adjusted was business administrator, where you reduced the amount that can be spent for 3 months for $13,000. I know from the mid-January and the 2 bill lists in February, if you add out the amounts, we're approximately more than $12,000, because it's about $4,300. This is where we have the problem. This body said for 3 months, this line item could only expend $13,000. They're at the cap already. And to get the dancing around here, I'm fed up with being treated as a patsy. I think the people behind me are fed up with being patsies. I don't know what your opinions are, but we are being treated as patsies. When I make an OPA request, I expect to get my answers. And when Mr. Mays approves a requisition with McMahon, Scotland, and Bauman for the same work they're doing on the redevelopment, on that bill and on the summary, it should say for which project that they're doing. Because there are certain bills that are coming in that they do not identify the project they're working on. And that ties in today to the Oakwood Towers. For many meetings, for about, I would say, 60 days or 90 days, I've been asking for a copy of the executed retention agreement with McMahon, Scotland, and Bauman for the redevelopment work. It's outrageous that the city cannot find an executed retention agreement. And also tonight we heard about an escrow agreement. I think tomorrow I'll be requesting a copy of this executed retention agreement, escrow agreement, and where this council approved that escrow agreement. Many times you're told about things and you're always playing catch up. We need to know, like for professionals, where's the retention agreement and where's the escrow agreement before we vote for it. Because we're getting to a point where we're finding on the bill list that there are expenses that we never knew about, such as the unemployment. And that ties into, the temporary appropriations. If you look at that, what you approved, they left certain items blank. And if you look at the audit last year, we agreed we had to go out for 5 years to pay severance. How come for 3 months we're not putting a portion to pay that severance? Why is that zero? If you look at 4 or 5 line items, judgments, zero. Municipal insurance fund, zero. Well, I know there's attorneys that are doing work constantly for the city. Where are they getting paid if you're not appropriating monies for them? This is the problem. This is a game. We're playing catch-up. The citizens, again, it was a walk on appropriations, but there's 5 or 6 items that are zero, and you need to look at that. As to the one resolution on tonight, about the effective date that ties into the ordinance about changing the elections, when I was at the clerk's office on Friday, the resolution was not signed. I think tonight I found out it was signed by Mr. Wolf. I don't know if Mr. Wolf drafted that resolution, but one of the things about that resolution, if you go to the administrative code, it's section 4-14, it talks about effective dates. I think it's 414G. It says it becomes effective, you could change the date when there's an emergency. I dare you to look at the 4 corners of that proposed resolution and tell me where this council is finding and declaring an emergency. Because if you don't find that emergency, you can't do that. In addition, you have to be very careful. Because we're talking about the Faulkner Act and the idea that unless there's an emergency, you can't affect the rights. And one of the rights that's been coming out of our state Supreme Court is the right of initiative and referendum. And the one question, and I believe that by Mr. Wolf signing it, he's opining that this council can affect the rights of the citizens to seek a referendum on this ordinance. Because the way this ordinance reads, in this resolution, it becomes effective immediately. That deprives the people of their right, statutory right, a right that the state Supreme Court twice has stood up and says, we find this as a democratic right that cannot be impaired. But I caution this council tonight, when they look at that resolution, they have to look at it for several things. One is, where do you state, not on the microphone or on TV, where in the 4 corners of that resolution do you declare that there's an emergency and what the emergency is? And 2, that you are not impairing the rights of citizens to seek a referendum to challenge the ordinance that you may or may not pass later this evening, which I will talk about at second reading. Again, one thing I would like to ask Councilperson Butler, in your presentation, if I may, during the Finance Committee, you gave the opinion that the city was not eligible for transitional aid. Is there a reason? Can you give us the reasons why we're not eligible for transitional aid? Is it because we don't have, was it just a conclusion, or were there reasons that we hadn't done the underlying things, that we hadn't have a pay-to-play ordinance we haven't updated, or we haven't done certain background that, because all we heard is we're not eligible, because we're not eligible because we couldn't apply because we did the conversion, but the way I understand the conversion came off this year, that we had the ability to do the transitional aid, or we don't have the ability to apply transitional aid because we cannot have the backup to support it. And I think I would like to have an explanation rather than having a net opinion saying we're not eligible, but to say we're not eligible for the following reasons.
Mr. Phil, let me try to get you answered. Mr. Scary?
I read over the local finance notice today regarding transitional aid. First of all, I'd like to say that Mr. Lurch also, I believe, stated at the meeting that
It's like 11 municipalities that were.
yeah, there's only about 11 municipalities that are qualified to file for this to begin with. And I would think places that were severely impacted by Sandy, where they lost a lot of their ratables, that's a place that would have a, what you call a structural financial problem. This city doesn't have a severe structural financial problem. Yeah, we're struggling.
Right.
All municipalities are struggling, but we've pretty much got it, you know, under control. We're working with it. We're not in emergency, dire circumstances that we have to go begging to the state, please help us. So really, there's not an opinion by our budget consultant, by our auditor, you know, by our staff, that we would qualify or need to seek this kind of aid.
Thank you, Mrs. Scary.
Again, thank you, and thank you for your opinion that this community is not in severe financial distress, considering that the judges have already made that finding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Williams, if you don't mind, while we're on that, Mr. Phil comes up every meeting and talks about the website. Why don't we just clarify something, because maybe I'm confused. Whose responsibility is it to update the website?
I will take a point of order, and for clarification, Mr. Feld, the clerk's office, and you may be aware, did send the information over to the administration in a timely fashion.
I always want to say
Right.
that the clerk's office, they know, they have a deadline.
Mr. Phil, please let her explain. You asked the question.
Yeah.
I just want her to clarify to you once and for all whose responsibility is to update the website, because every meeting.
It's Mr. Royster. We all know it's Mr. Royster. And why don't we just say it's Mr. Royster and bring him here?
I just want everybody to know that is not the council's
Oh, I
responsibility.
agree that the city
But
council...
let's let Councilwoman Williams finish, so she can explain it. That's all. Just let her explain it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easton. Mr. Feld, and you can have a seat, because I'm just going to answer the question. The clerk's office, after agenda is approved, we have a process where they send over a notice to Mr. Royster that please post on the website, and I'm assuming they will have the bill list already, because the bill list comes from the administration. That was given to Mr. Royster, even in spite of the weather and everything, in a timely fashion, and if it was not up there, it was because he did not follow through and put it up there.
And Councilman Williams, also while he was speaking, I got a text that the bill list was on the website. Someone got a copy of it. So why he didn't, I don't know, but I got a
Okay.
text that said it was on the website.
Okay, we'll clarify that. Thank you. Ms. Gordon, and welcome back. We were concerned we didn't see you for a couple of meetings. Glad to see you back.
Good evening, Kathleen Gordon, 211 Park Place, and thank you, Council President, for giving me a call and inquiring about my house. I appreciate it. I would like to start with back, I don't know, about maybe 1.5 months ago, when I was here last, I complained about snow removal, or requested that we do something about it. And I would like to mention that I met Mr. Mays and Mr. Wingfield, and I found them cooperative. we decided that my street residents and the city keep in touch on snow days, and we worked out a fairly practical solution. One of my major complaints have always been that it makes zero sense that the city trucks, the plow trucks come, whichever way the plow is set, and 50% of the time they just plow every car that is parked legally on the right side, the appropriate side. They just move every existing snow on those cars, and then it is the not only the residents' problem that they we're paying for this, but we are then doing double work and removing the snow that was previously on the street, now all against our cars. Having said that, it seems that it has been understood, the plow was directed the correct way, and there has been a system worked out where the residents cooperated, moved their cars from one side to the other. The city came through, opened up one side completely. The residents moved their cars to the other side and opened up the other side also and I ask anybody who is interested to come drive through Park Place and compare it with all of the neighboring streets, how much more clean and open it is. And I recommend anybody who is listening to try to get in touch with the city and organize something similar, and eventually maybe larger areas can be arranged similarly for everybody's win. That's one thing. So thank you, Mr. Mays. Thank you, Mr. Wingfield. The second thing that I was disappointed when I was here was happening January 7th. There was a vote on 3 months budget appropriation resolution. I raised my hand. I wanted to speak on it. I was ignored. And I think public should have been given a chance to speak on that issue that was worked on. I think you seen my hand raised. You ignored me, Council President. Now, this resolution requested 26.25% of the 2013 budget amount to be appropriated. Is that the Council's belief that this is a sustainable rate of spending?
How much, you're saying temporary appropriation?
Yes, that was for 3 months, 26.25% of the 2013 budget.
Is that sufficient for the 3 months?
I am asking if it is a sustainable rate of spending.
For 3 months?
No, sustainable after the 3 months. Would you be able to continue this sustainable for a year? In other words, if you continue this rate of spending, would that be okay for a year?
For a year. Mr. Matt?
I am asking the Council. You have already approved it. So I would like to know it was your understanding that you approved something sustainable.
And I have you, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Matt. Mr. Matt?
Is the question if 26.25% of the budget, which was the temporary budget,
But
sustainable?
if we kept spending at the rate, that rate, would it be sustainable for the whole year?
Well, we certainly can't spend at that rate, for the entire year, because that would put us at over 100% if that is for 3 months of the year. That is simply a number that allows for the introduction of a temporary budget to meet operating expenses prior to the adoption of the budget. And we will come back with a request for an amendment to that temporary budget if the budget is not adopted within the next couple of weeks, and it will not be. So we will be seeking an amendment at the March meeting to the temporary budget, which is very standard.
And at that time, Ms. Gordon, it would probably be the council's request. Let me just add,
Yes,
please.
yes.
The council's request so that we can have more control, that we may, rather than do another 3-month, we may do it by a month to month at that point so that we can get more control over the spending.
Okay, so let me elaborate on this. If you approve 26.25% for one quarter, you multiply it by 4, that would be...
And that's based on last year's budget?
That would be based on this rate of spending. That would give you 105% above the 2013 budget. I think you know that there is a 2% cap. This gives a spending rate 150% above that cap. Spending increase rate, that is to say. So if you cut back this pace of spending by the end of March, there you have to be cutting it back at one point below the 2% cap in the future. So when Mr. Mapp introduced this, he said the council can append it anytime.
And we did. We made amendments to, if I recall, 2 departments, to the library and to the VA's office. We made 2 amendments.
And what rate did you come up total?
I don't know the total off the top, but I think Mr. Feld just said we cut the BA's act to $13,000, and in the library, we did it, Mr. Matt, does anybody, I think we just did 26.25% of $534,000. Does anybody, I think we used the number $534,000, and we did a percentage of that. Does anybody recall?
I don't have it in front of me.
Do you recall, Mr. Matt?
I recall you cut
I'm sorry. I think we just did this, Ms. Gordon, allow Mr. Mapp to come. I think we just went back to the statutory amount and did 26.25% of the statutory amount.
The statutory amount is $503,000. I don't recall exactly how much you cut what we had presented to you.
Right, so I believe we did 26.25% of $503,000.
That's quite possible.
Right. And that's what we just went back, because we have funded the library basically to the tune of like $790,000. So we basically went to the statutory amount and just did 26.25% of that.
Council President, you are talking about line items, very low amounts. Just
And I'm just telling you two
very low.
areas.
I am also trying to explain something.
No, I was answering
because
your
I
question.
did
I'm
ask, and you know, what is your understanding? And you did not say. You asked Mr. Knapp.
The understanding is that you're allowed to appropriate 26.25% of the last year's approved budget. However, we looked at the library specifically, and I believe the VA's office, because currently, as you know, we don't have a business administrator, so we didn't think that needed to be funded you know, for the salary of a business administrator. And then because the library has been not operational for a period of time, we didn't think that we needed to fund it, the 26.25 based on the 790,000.
Council President, again, I would like to clarify that there are two numbers here. You are allowed to appropriate for a quarter, for any quarter, separately 26.25%. That is a raise of 1.25% for the quarter above the last year's. Would you, is it allowed? Yes. Is it sustainable? No, because altogether you are not allowed to spend increase more than 2%. And if you continue with this rate of spending, you would increase the cap to 5%. So although for a short time you are allowed to do this spending, for the long time you are not, and you will be having the problem to cut it back. And I am pointing out, the sooner you cut it back, this $13,000 and $7,900, this is nothing compared to the total numbers. Let's just say that the city budget is 50 million. It was more than, let's just use a round number. 10% would be 5 million, 1% would be 500,000. So 500,000 is 1%. This $13,000 and $8,000, $20,000 is of no consequence in this $500,000 number that you allowed, $250,000 that you allowed to be re-spending with.
Ms. Gordon, let me ask Mr. Mapp, if you can come back, because he wants to say something. But the first appropriation was for the 26.25%. And if we continue the practice that we did last year going forward, it will probably be on a month-by-month basis thereafter. Whatever the will of the council is. And I just pointed out to you things that were very blatant to this council in terms of the library and the BA, what we chose to look at in terms of the temporary appropriation. Mr. Mapp.
There are a couple assumptions that are not correct.
Okay.
The first one is that we are spending at a rate of 26.25%. That's not an accurate assumption. The second assumption that is being made is that if you adopt 26.25% of the budget for last year to fund the first 3 quarters of the year, the first 3 months of the year, that you will do the same thing for each quarter and each quarter. And there's no relationship between that number and the rate at which we spend. The 26.25% is an arbitrary number that was chosen by somebody sometime in Trenton, and that's what we are guided by. The fact of the matter is, at the next council meeting, you could amend the budget. If the budget is $60 million, and that 26.25% is, let's say, $16 million, you could, at the next amendment to the budget, you could amend the budget to make it $60 million. The law doesn't prevent you. After you introduce that temporary budget, the next amendment, you can make it anything you want to.
And as we did, that's what I said, as we did last year, which was, I remember you were here every month until we got the budget. We did monthly appropriations.
So that percentage is really meaningless.
Right. And Ms. Gordon, your time is up.
Okay, I just want to finish up with the point, making the point that, you know, while...
Ms. Gordon, I've given you 2 minutes over your time.
Yes, I am not even going to use
But
2
your time
minutes.
is up. I apologize, but you'll have to wait until next meeting. We have want for other people to come after you, so if you would just allow the other people to come, and
Okay.
there'll be another time for you to speak, but your time is up.
All right, keep in mind to cut it back.
Thank you. Is it Jane Henderson?
Yes.
And that's Jane Henderson?
Jane Henderson, yes. I'm a resident of the South Ward, and I live at 766 East Clark Circle in Orange. I'm here to address snow removal. I generally don't get out to come to council meetings, and I had no idea that I'd be here this late just to address the issue. I spoke with Mr. Mays earlier today regarding the snow removal. On Thursday, as we all know, we had the superstorm. I came home from work at 2 o'clock. I live on the South Orange Street. Fortunately, there are my neighbors that have the privilege to be plowed out by South Orange. I realize that we don't have salt, but if we are plowed out, we do just as well without the salt. I shoveled my way in just to get to my driveway. There are only 4 houses in the cul-de-sac about as big as this. And you say we don't have salt, but ironically, I saw a salt truck earlier that morning come and just dump salt, which to me was a waste when you haven't plowed. So I think that we do things totally backwards in our town. I'm complaining. It wasn't done till today that someone got there and plowed. I sent pictures. I have pictures if you'd like to see them, that it wasn't done. It wasn't done till today. I lost a day's pay on Friday. I work at the hospital. I'm an essential employee. I have to be there. I work with cancer patients. This can't happen. We can't live like this. And if an emergency transpired on any street in Orange, it's so horrible, horrible, that it's shameful to say that you live here. And you need an ambulance, they would not be able to get to you. There has got to be something put in place when the weather is bad to say we have alternate side of the street parking, no parking here during snow removal. It makes it bad when people park on the street and the city does come and they can't clean up. But this time, the city did not come. They came Thursday night at 7 p.m. after I shoveled just to get my car over what South Orange had plowed against the area where I live. So I'm shoveling. Then I had another neighbor who lives directly where she's sitting who plowed from his house out to the street. $8,000 in taxes I pay. I don't use any services in this town. I have a 17-year-old who doesn't attend school here. There's not a supermarket that I can shop at here. I fortunately don't have to call the police here. Where is the money? What is it being used for? I do expect to be able to drive into where I live and have the street plowed. Simple. Simple.
Did you, I know you had a conversation with Henderson with Mr. Mays already. Mr. Mays, do you want to respond further?
I did speak with Ms. Henderson today. I actually had gotten a complaint about her street early this morning, and we sent somebody out there right away to take care of it. I mean, I'm in total agreement with everything she has to say, and, you know, the true testament for me is that tonight she came home and it was plowed out. I have been trying to respond to a lot of the dead-end areas, what we call our dead ends, and make sure that they're plowed out. So I don't really have much to say other than that.
Whether it's a dead end or not, Mr. Mays, every street, even a major street like Valley Street, is not plowed. You can go over in Valley Street and the snow is so high, the ice is so high, it's hitting the undercarriage of your car. It will tear up your car. And again, if you needed emergency services, it makes it difficult. They did nothing. And I resent the fact that our city people sit somewhere and chill out during the day, waiting until the PM to collect that overtime, and then when they can't get the overtime, you're told, you're going home, you gotta go home, then our roads are not plowed. If they're not gonna be out there doing the job, let me take my tax dollars and hire someone to plow where I have to drive. It'll get done, it's simple, it's not a hard task. There are other towns that have done it. I realize you're saying that your equipment is broken down, then you need to get together with other towns that have the equipment, just like they do with the police force. When you need those forces together, join forces. Simple. Thank you.
And Ms. Henderson, what I will say is that we apologize for the lack of service, and there will be several meetings. All council people have been hearing it, and I know Mr. Mays have probably received the brunt of it, but he needs the cooperation from the administration. We will do our best to have a positive, because we don't move the machines, but we hear you and we agree with you, and we deeply apologize.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And did you, for a council person, did you have a council member's card that you could have called, or you?
No, 'cause I find it useless.
Okay.
It's like hot air. I'm calling you, you don't reply. I tell you, you hear me, but you're not really, or you're listening, but you don't really hear me.
Well, I know we were getting, and it was funny because I know we had a meeting, and some of the council members said we didn't get as many calls as we thought we were going to get this time, but when we were out walking, we did hear a lot of people talking in the streets. So I was just going to ask if you can just grab a council member's number so that you can call and that we can kind of be a voice to you to press and,
I have 3 neighbors besides myself.
Okay.
Everyone complained. I mentioned this meeting was taking place. Everyone that it affected should have been here. My neighbor, she's a nurse too.
Right.
She couldn't get to work. Her daughter had to get her car towed out by AAA because she couldn't get over the ice that was in the street behind her driveway. So
again,
and I call a council person, and what's supposed to happen?
well, actually, because we tend to answer our phones more than 9 to 5, and we're going to take it, and we're probably going to press and press and press, just so. But if you, Councilman Corbett is handing you his card, and we just tend to take calls at all times of night, so it could just be another, place where you can call, and then we can kind of make sure we can get to the resources for it.
Yeah,
We
because
apologize.
even our city doesn't have really an emergency number unless you call the 4111, who tells you, okay, which we did, and they'll tell you, we will reach out to DPW,
Right.
but we can't make them come. That doesn't help us.
And he's,
And right now, the way the economy is, everybody needs their job. I can't call for my job and say, I can't get there. That's not what they need to hear, because my job is on the line if I can't get there. Thank you.
thank you, and again, we apologize. Ms. Stewart, I'm sorry, Harold Johnson.
Good evening, Council President. Hello, City Council members. Harold Johnson.
And happy belated birthday, sir.
Thank you, thank you. 235 Fuller Terrace. I want to speak this evening on Ordinance 1-214 and a few general comments. I'm speaking on this, Council President, because I am a candidate for West Ward Council, which that is on public record. In the past 5 years, I worked on several political campaigns. On each campaign, I've gained experience in the process, but most of all, a connection with the citizens of the West Ward. contemplating a run for the West Ward Council seat
Council President.
in 2014.
Is this a political campaign speech?
No, he said he's speaking of ordinance 1-2014. Continue.
Thank you. I sought the guidance of a person who is very knowledgeable on the subject of running for elected office. 4 things that I learned. Make a decision to run a passion, not just a whim. Clear it with your family. Clear it with your employee. And start the process 1 year from the scheduled election date, which I started in May 2013, anticipating the election being May 2014. I did not decide to research the process when the petitions became available on January the 10th. Like every response, I've already started the process. All of my paperwork and required petitions completed, paperwork turned in 1 week after the petitions were available on January the 10th. Council President, this governing body has had several years to introduce this modification to this ordinance. What is the sense of urgency? Is it to save money for the CY 2014? Will it prevent the budget in CY 2014 from increasing 2% or to get under 2%? In December 2013, the town ran out of money to meet payroll. A layoff plan was in place. To my knowledge, the layoff never took place. Where did the money come from to cover the shortfall? Last November, there was discussions by the governing body on 2 matters. Entertaining electing the Board of Education members, and secondly, whether this town should switch from a part-time to a full-time mayor. I think if both of these measures were to be implemented, they would have a negative impact on the budget, not a savings. I may be wrong, but that's my assumption. Again, Council President, why not discuss an ordinance? Why not discuss? Now, why is there no discussion prior to January the 10th by this governing body on Ordinance 1-2014 before it was introduced, which affects all the voters in Orange, not just the candidates? Council President, each of you have had to prepare for campaigns yourself. You know what it takes to become a public servant. Imagine someone pulling the rug underneath your feet when you're trying to get elected to office. I'm not going to belabor this because the decision is in your hands. But think about the residents of Orange. From my field, from on the street, nobody's going to fall for the fact that it's going to be about savings. Everybody has a right to, for their representative and possible representatives after 4 years in a ward election to come back out in the community and talk to them about the makeup of this town, what they're going to do, what happened the previous year. It doesn't need to be put off, in my personal opinion. I'll conclude, Council President. The people of Orange do not need the integrity of this year's ward election or race compromised. It is my hope and prayer that the governing body unanimously votes no and not pass Ordinance 1-2014 and Resolution 46-2014. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Stewart.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Gloria Stewart, a resident of Orange. I'd like to start off on, I think, 2 positive notes. Riding through the town under the underpath, I've noticed some lighting. And I think that I would like to give some kudos to Councilman Corbett and, of course, Mr. Hathaway, because I remember at different times he used to come and asking for lights and whoever, but it's refreshing to see that take place. The other note, I would like to say congratulations to Councilperson Linda Jones Bell, if I'm saying it correctly, for her getting her degree. I am proud of you in education, and I'm hoping public education.
It was praxis.
Okay, but you were, okay, a step up, congratulations. Then I want to just go on, as it relates, I was kind of taken back, you know, waiting for things to start, but I was kind of taken back by your, I guess the person who does the video of your meeting. Now, I'm thinking, now it just didn't start snowing, that it should have been something in place for him to be here before, you know, or after the meeting started. He should have set something in place, because I'm sure...
He had cards from
Okay. Understood. But I think, and then if that be the case, you need to have a backup plan. That's just food for thought. If I had to get up there and take a camera and take it myself, only I don't have the camera, but that's just food for thought. You need a backup plan because you got too much invested in this for the citizen. And now, you know the citizens are not going to be able to come out to the meeting. So the only hope that they have is viewing what's taking place. So please get your backup plan ASAP. I want to move on to say, as it relates to the mayor, and I'm going to say that he needs to be here with all the things that are taking place so that he could sort of back up, confirm whatever that needs to be stated here in the meeting. And I look at that as a positive request as a supporter, as a resident of Orange, that he needs to be here. And then I'm just going to say, in terms of this administration, when they came aboard, I felt good for the simple reason that a lot of our grassroots people have been let go. They brought them back, and I felt good. And I'm looking at Marty Mays. It did my heart good for him to come back, because I genuinely, being a grassroots person, that he has our interests at heart. But you got to give the man something to work with. You got it, and I'm looking at it, and I'm just going to say, I know God makes no mistakes. This snow is to put us on notice, all the snow back to back, letting you know what you need to help take care of this city. It may never happen again in our time, but it's a lesson for us to be prepared. We were not prepared. And even with that preparation, it doesn't mean that you are going to take care of everything that we have. Now, I watched my husband slip and fall yesterday, and he fell tonight, as I was coming to the meeting, you know, trying to help me get here. And every step I take, I think I get a gray hair because I'm afraid that I'm going to hit the ground. Now, it is so bad, and I'm not blaming Marty, because when I look at the TV, because that's all they did, talk about the snow in other areas, it was really bad, really bad. So this is, I think, something that God is putting on us to let us know that we need to be prepared. And I'm hoping that council gives you what you need. Today, the truck came by, Director Mays, the snow plow. They didn't even need to come. And I think it was like the condition of the snow plow. It just came over, and they could have left the snow dusting that was there just as a cushion for it. And that's not to criticize you, but to hope that the council give you what you need. And then I want to go in that same vein as it relates to, I think the question was asked about the fire hydrant. I was watching that too on TV, and they were offering some suggestion. And that down to the point, maybe even the resident could be responsible in terms of cleaning the fire hydrant out, because you only have so many fire people, they have so much to do. But something else that I like that was said, they have little flags in some of the towns that perhaps we can come up with something creative where when we get snow or rain, they can pop up automatically, or you can just, have something there so it would assist the city in terms of locating those fire hydrants. Again, that's just food for thought. Then as I speak about the fire promotion, and it was disturbing to me, it's because if a person goes and they do what they need to do to get promoted, it's based on a recommendation by a director, or it's based on finances. But if I'm good at what I do, then I should get promoted, and if part of that is a little increase, why not? So that should be built in to encourage people, to motivate those who are in those positions to want to even do better. Because we know, that money helps us, it motivates us a little more, because we, need it. And as the speaker before was saying, hard times, we all can use a little more in our pocket. I want to say the administrative code, and it just brought home to what our state is going through when it talks about chain of command, who's in charge in terms of, passing on the information. So I respect Mr. Mapp as he spoke. He could have the information, but if he's not directed to give it out, then I guess he would have to not do it or share with. So we have to find some other mode to get that done. So I respect him because, if we listen at our governor and what he said, no, he didn't know anything about it. So I just use that as food for thought. I want to also say that I asked about the library closure. Why did it close initially? And we know that it just didn't happen. The cap was just put on it so that it was closed. And I need to know. And at the last meeting, you answered all my questions, and I want to know about the water. You're getting fees that are going to be increased. And I want to know why, how should they get it? I think the last person was Mr. Mobley that made the presentation. Haven't heard anything, but yet we're moving forward with increases. So it's almost like, are you working with the United Waters instead of for the citizens of Orange? So I'd like to know a little more about the fees and the impact that it's going to have. And it was also said something about a salt dome that was requested. You requested a salt dome. Now I just want to go back a little bit, and I think we have requested that before. Early on, they always, like even when Ms. Kent was here, that something was supposed to have been put in place for salt, but it wasn't done. So that's another thing we need to, get on it and not the blame game. Let's just try to make it right. And that's the spirit in which I'm coming. We see it. Mistakes, shortcomings have taken place, and we need to try to keep them from happening again. Now, the resolution that is, I think, the one about extending the term. Changing the but it still amounts to extension of term, and I have a problem with that.
Ordinance 120.
Yeah, I have a problem with that because you're giving yourself 6 more months, and I know it's going to be a time or whatever, that someone needs to do it. And right now, I'm looking at it as self-serving. And then when I look at the other ordinance, it's to do away with the 20-day waiting period. That adds more fuel to my thinking. Self-serving. Why the rush? Why at all? At least if you want to do that, put it in some way where the residents can make that decision about if it should go to that, the reasons why. You campaign, you want to be a council person, let's put it out there as a vote to the resident. And I think, and the reason I'm saying that, I think it would make it seem a little more fair, and that I won't look at you and say, you just want to stay another 6 months. You want to make another 6 months of stipend. I'm not saying salary, you get a stipend. So these are the concerns that I have, and I'm hoping that in your wisdom, that you would try to come about this and do it another way. Because if you do, you know, it's self-serving, I believe, and it shouldn't be. It was something else that I wanted to say. Oh, your finance committee. And I love the report that you give. And I'm wondering if there's any way that some of these issues can be worked out more so. It might make you have a longer meeting before you come before us. You know, like some of the ideas about, I think you were talking about the people who got promotions, you know, those types of things. If it, since you are about finance, if you can work those details into it so that when you come here, oh yeah, we did that, this is, you know, what we thought or agreed upon. So you don't have to sit here and do what we did tonight. I kind of felt, and I know my time is running, but I kind of felt like, I work in the school system, and we now have the viral register. And when I put my fingers on that, it doesn't work. Say, see whatever the person is. I put all my fingers, they registered, and it doesn't work. Sometimes it might and it might not. So then you get to the point where you get, you know, like you want to explode and come out of character. So I try not to. So like tonight's meeting, yeah, and I know you were waiting for the person to do the video. So we need to get on him, and if car trouble, and I understand that, we need to have a backup plan. And if that's his field, then he should have a backup plan for the meetings, because I think it's crucial. You want to keep your the public informed. Now, library closure, thank you.
Getting to your answers, because you're out of time. Library closure, we don't have an answer yet. Just if you can give us a couple, just not yet, we don't have an answer. Regarding the Finance Committee actually, it has been our custom to kind of wait until the agenda is ready so that we can discuss all financial matters that come before the council, so that we can discuss, make a record, do the research. Unfortunately, the administration did not include the council in making us aware of the promotions that were going on at the fire department until the determination had been made, until the only way we knew was that we were invited to the ceremony, and we were probably just invited a couple days before the ceremony. So we knew nothing about it was happening until we got that. The water fees, that is a table matter. It's going to come back up, and if it comes back, but I will just tell you, it's just to sustain the cost of it. But we'll talk about it more if it's lifted from the table.
Okay, BA.
You didn't ask me?
We need, no. I'm saying,
Yeah.
and I know I always say my Marty, I know he's there. And Marty, I hope you're getting a stipend, because I remember when, for being there, if you're holding the spot, I hope they, you know what I mean? Thank you.
Can I just answer two of those real quickly? I think it's important.
Which one are you going to do?
I want to talk about the hydrants. I haven't had the chance to talk with the fire department yet, but the first time I noticed the hydrants was when I was on Main Street, and I did see some firemen digging them out, which to me is pretty scary, specifically because, you know, if God forbid there was a fire on Main Street, and particularly with this type of ice that we had, everybody knows it was impossible to break through. So one of the things I want to talk to Director Dowd about is exactly what you brought up, the flags for the hydrants. I mean, there is a finite amount of hydrants in the city. I think it's something that we need to be looking at. Maybe not like a budget buster, but maybe if we could get them just on Main Street to start. The idea is, and Councilman Marable brought this up, the idea is really not to have the hydrants blocked at all, even during a snowstorm for emergency purposes. So I will be talking to him about that. And then just quickly on the salt dome, we need a salt dome. Right now we have a couple different agreements with entities that supply us salt. So if you really look at it, we're at their whim when there's a storm. And it's really not a good feeling to have to call up somebody else and rely to get salt from them when the storm is first starting or whatever. So that's something that we need to look at going down the line, and we definitely are going to look at that.
Okay, God bless the child that has his own.
Councilman Williams?
As Ms. Williams comes up to the mic, yes.
Yeah, just to clarify one other thing for our listening audience. Everybody keeps mentioning the library closure. The library is open.
She wanted to answer as to why it was closed.
No, but somebody mentioned it a little, and I thought the impression was, just so everybody knows, the library is still open, because I think this came up at our last meeting, that it had closed for something else. I don't know what it was, the water was coming in, but it is open. So people don't get confused and think it's still closing, because we're still dealing with an issue that has been dealt with previously, that it is open now. And Mr. May, the salt dome goes on your barn request.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Williams?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to start with the library because I've missed a couple meetings.
And your
So I
full
wanted,
name is?
Ingrid M. Williams. I'm at Valley Street in Orange. So I just wanted to say how excited I was that the library was open because, I have a little one and I missed a couple meetings. But I wanted to say that I was excited to be there for the opening. I was excited to see it functioning. And like I said I want to see it continue to stay open. So although we've actually gotten it open, I would love to see the council, the administration, the citizens of Orange all work together to figure out what we need to do in order to keep it open, and to aid the library board, the trustees, the employees that work there, all to be able to set themselves up to be self-sustaining a little bit more than they actually are. I wanted to talk about the snow removal, because I am a Valley resident, and I would just like to let everybody know that the Valley area is still a part of Orange. It's never, 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 never plowed. This was like an extreme case, but even with the more moderate snowstorms, it's really just never plowed. In this extreme case, I actually did contact the mayor's office and was able to register a complaint, and I was sent over to Public Works, and I spoke to a nice woman there. And I also commented on the Facebook post that kept coming up on Facebook about shelter street out if you need to be plowed out, and so I did that as well. But still, I actually live on Valley, so I understand that Circle area, McLaughlin area, it never gets shoveled, and that, like, everybody comes down. It is very frustrating when the opposite end of our block is Clark Street in South Orange, which is like 3 houses down. Like, I could look across there. It's almost like I could look there and see blacktop. And when you get to Orange, it's a sheet of ice. On some days, it took me like 15 minutes to get to 280 at the end of the block through West Orange, and that's like, I won't tell you how many minutes I get there because you'll know a speed, but it shouldn't take that long to get there. It's less than a 5-minute trip. And you get more frustrated as an Orange resident driving down when South Orange is clear. And from where our complex is located, I actually opt to go all the way down through Scotland Road, come down Montrose, and come in Clark Street to get to the entrance of our driveway where our complex is, because it's just easier and less hazardous when you have a 7-year-old in the back. So you do have a clean way, and then you get to West, you bump and slide and skid through the whole Orange section, and then it kind of frees up when you get to West Orange, and miraculously it's like it never snowed there. So it's kind of like it only snows in Orange at that point, and that's what makes you feel so frustrated. With regards to the salt, I know we spoke about us getting salt from other places and not having a dome. So I thank you for that suggestion, because I'm well with you. But my other question is, if there is, let me just step back, because I have been watching, the Orange Jersey page, and thank you for your cooperation. Pass the bond ordinance so we can get the proper equipment to plow you out. I'm not going to comment on it, but that's just what's out there. So my question is, if we don't have the proper equipment, if you already know that your plows are not adequate to plow snow, why do we keep investing in salt, and why don't we invest in contracts with people that have the equipment to plow the snow out until we get the proper? I mean, it's not like you pay $2 for salt. You pay, you know, tens of thousands, almost hundreds of thousands of dollars for salt from other places, where that could probably be, or maybe be invested in a contract that can help plow the whole city out with an adequate amount of salt. That's just my question.
Can I answer that question, or you want me to wait?
This is my question. I'm just a frustrated Valley resident, so, Mr. Mays, I don't want to keep harping on you, but when you're talking about the inventory for the rakes and all, I wanted to just give you a suggestion of maybe labeling them or numbering them so that when you send them out, you know which team has which equipment, maybe in sets, you know, maybe set 3 or what have you, and have some sort of check off on what type of condition it was in when it left and what was the condition when it came back. Because if you are saying that they break and it's a frustrating process, you might be able to track down which employees are breaking the most and trying to maybe train them on how to use the equipment a little bit more properly to sustain the lifetime of the equipment that's going out. It may seem like, you know, every season you may need rakes, but, you know, $400 and $500 every season starts to add up. If it's little things that you can put in place to make sure that you can't control the breakage, but you can control your knowledge of your inventory. So that's just another suggestion. The CVAC, let me talk from that. From that standpoint, we are asking about a budget. If we do know at any time when a budget will be introduced, we are grinding away and making sure that we are ready for it to hit our table. And we are meeting and preparing ourselves for that. But we also would like to know when we could dig in, just because from my knowledge or my understanding in previous times when it was introduced, and the amount of time that the committee had to spend on it was very limited and very rushed and wasn't able to comb through. And we have been diligently seeking the things that we need. We've been doing webinars with the Citizens Campaign about what to look for and how to read it and all those things. So we would just like the ample, fair amount of time to be able to assess it and not kind of have it just thrown at us. So I just put that out there. I understand the March 14th date that we got an extension.
No,
but
we didn't.
the state,
Wait, I'll wait till you finish.
the city or administration got an extension.
No, yeah, I'll wait.
And I'm just trying to figure out if that means on that day you're going to submit something, or if we'll have something before then. I think that was it. That was it.
And just normally for a calendar year budget, the due date for the administration to put it before the council, I think it's February 10th, but the state extended that date just recently to March 14th, and there are factors that they must be getting calls from all over that made them say that February 10th is not a realistic date. So now the administration has until February 14th to put it in front of us. And that date may not, you know, and they may get it to us before February 14th.
March?
But before March 14th, right, Mr. Matt? So it may happen before, but right now, the requirement by statute was February 10th. But for whatever reasons, the various reasons that the state, they have extended that date until March 14th. And so the administration has until March 14th, and I'm sure Mr. Matt will have it to us by March 13th.
Okay.
No, I'm only kidding. No. But, and Mr. Mays on contractors and
Right.
the other question wanted to say.
Right, basically, I just wanted to say a couple of things relative to snow removal. One thing you talked about was the salt. I just want to tell you that salt is the #1 agent to fight snow and ice. You can't go without it. They say if you put down salt in the first 4 hours of a storm, that you reduce fatalities, car accidents, and injuries by 88%. That's why you see every town in the same boat that we're in with a shortage of salt. So I just wanted to let you know that you can't forego that in any instance. And you're right, the snow budget does consist of funds to buy materials, mainly salt. It also has a line item for overtime, and also there's a line item for hiring contractor work. And one of the things we've done on the last storm, we did have to use an outside contractor. And, you know, we're trying to get better over in that area there. And it's a lot of things. I don't want to be here all night, so I don't want to go into all of them, but it is, I try to think of it quickly today, is manpower, it's the equipment, it's the cooperation from the residents, it's the cooperation with the police, it's not people not plowing out, shoveling their cars out and throwing it back. And it's everything, but I'm not making excuses, but the last storm, the ice storm we had, was considered a 15-year storm, meaning that you only get a storm like that every 15 years. I mean, it was a bad storm. So all of that coupled together, I think, you know, we are looking at everything. We will be having meetings, you know, during the summer to talk about how we can get a better response from all those areas that I talked about. And hopefully we can get better and better at this thing. And that's really it.
Well, thank you. I'm just kind of want to respond to say, we can for myself, I can understand that this was an extreme case with the multitude that it came and then the amount of days that it came consecutively back to back. But the valley is always a problem. I've lived there for a long enough time to experience a couple of winters, and it's always a problem. That street is always a problem. So if it was just this instance, I doubt that you would have maybe the resident frustration that is occurring today, especially in that one area, but it's always an issue. So I'm just saying, please try to just remember that we are there. And it gets dangerous. You know, Valley Street is flat, but it gets dangerous for the side streets, the Christophers and all those things where they have the train to go under. You have to come down Tremont Avenue, and it's slippery and it's a slope. And you can't do it if it's not plowed.
Now, I just want to, just another piece of information for you and the public is that those areas we call the hills, and those are the first areas that are salted and plowed. We do recognize that those hills can become very dangerous if they're not taken care of. So that's just a piece of information.
Do you come back? Because, I'm sorry.
Okay. And he's actually probably, because council's going to ask him a lot of questions, so he'll be talking more about stuff.
Okay, because I have to drive them daily. So when you say first, to me, I'm like, do you come back? Because that's something that needs to be done multiple times. Because it's just, when you come once, it's fine, but then after a couple of days or after it finishes or after the night freeze or what have you, it's slick. I slid, my car slid down the hill. You know, I had to maneuver the car so I wouldn't run into the cement. So I'm just trying to help, to let you know the conditions in which we have to drive and function just to live our everyday lives down there. And I understand that you're doing the best that you can with what you have, but I just hope that it's not to someone's detriment and then becomes a case for the city, another litigation, because it wasn't handled properly. That's all.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Darrell Harrington.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Darrell Harrington. I live at 13 Prince Street here in Orange. Quick couple of questions because this has gone on for a while and we want to get through this expediently as possible. First, the snowstorm. Public Works is doing the best that they can. Marty, my man, I know that you and the staff are doing everything that you can with due diligence, and you're doing it with duct tape. So that I already understand. Question, on border streets, bordering like East Orange and other municipalities, do the other municipalities also help with that process? Do you have an agreement with the municipalities on those border streets like Berwyn, Hampton Terrace, et cetera, et cetera?
No, there's no agreements. They come in essentially and
they do their part.
Belongs to them.
And
that's it.
And then they call it, it's a wrap, it is a day. Is there a coordination between the county for like the county roadways, like Central Avenue, Scotland Road, et cetera, et cetera?
There's always coordination. Our county liaison is here. basically, I make sure that the county does what they're supposed to do.
But the county does do
At
what-
least that, they do it, and they typically tend to come all at once. Like
It's
they-
just one and done.
Yeah, it might be 5 or 6 trucks, and, I mean, they've done a good job. Every storm I coordinate with our liaison, so I'm pretty happy with the county's response.
Okay, because like I said, there are certain things where we all have, it all takes a village, you know what I mean? So I just want to see what that process is. About a month ago, maybe a little more than that, the county executive came by to go over plans for the reservoir and sort of restructuring the deal to a certain extent. And Councilman Marable, if I'm not mistaken, happened to say, okay, since we are reintroducing something and we're perhaps adding to it, then perhaps we need to open up the discussion of the said agreement that we originally had. Has anything been done, or has any conversation happened post that time that the county executive was here?
We're looking to meet with the county administration, a minority of the council, and the county will be meeting shortly, and we'll probably have a request, an update to the full body by the next council meeting.
That, and also, he also brought up another property that the city owns in the reservoir system. So that's all in part of the same conversation, or is that two totally different conversations?
There's nothing,
About that
there's
second
nothing-
property?
he just threw it out there, but there's nothing, it's been memorialized to what he has threw out there. He
Okay.
just kind of said it, but nothing has been.
Nothing has been done about it one way or the other?
Right.
Okay. Also, now, as it pertains to, should we come back to 1-2014 about the election, or should I go into my question about it now?
You can have a question about now, but there will be a public session also.
Okay. It is interesting that we want to move the election back. Some say it's for saving money, others say it might be for other purposes. In November, we had 2 public questions municipally. One was about the mayor's salary, the other was about the Board of Education being publicly elected instead of mayorally appointed. If we're going to consider us moving back our municipal election by 6 months, shouldn't that be a question that we put to the public first? Because we're not even acting on the 2 questions that were not binding questions. We're not even acting on that municipally, but we're going to act on this first. I'm just trying to get a feel of exactly what the priorities are with the council as it pertains to that. I'm not saying that there is an issue with wanting to move the election. I think there is a problem with moving it now once the process of petitions and everything is going out for this election. If we wanted to say we want to move the election after this one, starting with 2016, that would be one thing, but it doesn't have the right look to try to do it for this in particular election, especially when we've had an opportunity to ask the citizens of Orange, what do we want? And this wasn't even one of the questions, so I just wanted to know just a feeling of the body of how this came about.
It came about, the moving of election is passed by the state legislature that nonpartisan can be moved to November for cost-saving methods. And Councilwoman Easton actually put it up in January, and I think the intention was to do it in the first meeting in January, and it didn't happen to the second. And other than that, so it can be done by referendum, or it can be done by act of the governing body. But it will be a cost savings to the city of $50,000 because you will not be paying for 2 elections. About approximately $50,000 because you will not be paying for the May election and another election.
Gotcha. And as to the business administrator, what is the process to get a actual business administrator, without the musical chairs that seems to be going on as it pertains to this one position.
And I think, just to answer your question directly, when the mayor's elected, he appoints
Right.
several directors, including the business administrator. The mayor put up a business administrator. The council did not vote that person up, and since then, there has not been one that has been put before this council that's been voted up. But as simple as just the mayor making a selection, putting it before this governing body and voting on it. And Councilwoman Easton, as a matter of fact, she went to the league to see, in fact, if there has not been a business administrator in place for X amount of period of time, can this council act? And the question that we had, the answer we received, that if the mayor does not put up one, no, we cannot act. And it's unfortunate because he does, so it reflects more on the mayor and leadership and how he chooses to lead. But,
Okay. Last but not least, a question that I asked about over a month and a half ago. Are we still being fined $1,000 a day?
there is a fine of $1,000 a day. Nobody's paying and nobody's collecting. But the fine is being assessed, and the court date regarding that case, as you know, if you recall, previous judge recused herself, and it's been reassigned to another judge, Judge Aries, if I'm pronouncing it right. Is it Aries? Judge Aries, and the motion day will be on February 28th, which is last Friday in February at Superior Court. And so I'm sure all of that will come into play in terms of whether that will be thrown out, but it has not been back before a judge until this February 28th day.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Shaquille Radford. And is it Redford or Radford? I'm sorry.
It's Radford.
Radford?
Yes.
So say your name and your address.
Yes, Shaquille Radford. Good evening, Council President, Vice President, and divisions of the wards, clerk, and administrator, and fellow Orange residents. First and foremost, I'm a man of brevity, so I'll be quick and succinct.
Say your name and your address.
Shaquille Radford. Address 399 Lincoln Avenue.
Thank you.
This is in regards to ordinance 1-2014. This will be my first year running as a viable candidate for the West Ward Division for City Council. I can understand the possible advantages of extending the deadline for possible elections from May 13th, possibly to the general election. My question is just fairly quick, and I will be straightforward. Just for a point of clarification, will the changes, if it is passed, be amended for the strict deadlines that candidates such as myself and Mr. Johnson will have to abide by? Will those be amended?
Councilman Easton, you've done the research on that. So if this ordinance was successfully passed, what would happen to the new dates?
Your petitions that you have already gotten signed will stand. Instead of them being due on March 10th, they will be due on July the 24th. Or that, it's either July or September the 20th. I think it's September. It's just that it's extending.
And
But
if you've already
legally,
submitted, they will be fine.
They will be fine. They will be fine. You won't lose anything as it relates to your petitions.
Okay, thank you. Point of information. In regards to the succeeding deadlines that will be approaching, let's say in April or May, will those be amended as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You will get a new amendment sheet.
All right. Thank you so much.
And while you're here, Mr. Radford, and if you've handed anything in, that checklist will be completed.
And it will still stand.
Right,
It will
okay.
still stand.
Okay, just want to make sure I was doing everything properly. Thank you.
A motion to close citizens' comments.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Jones Bell. It was both of you guys at the same time.
I moved it. She got the
I
second.
look at my face. Council comments, Councilman Abdul Rashid.
That was rebuilt. Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank Mr. Harrington. I just want to thank Mr. Harrington. He articulated his concern about the particular extension of the election date in a non-political way. And by your support and your permission, Mr. Johnson basically gave a political address, campaign speech. Council President, through you to Mr. Mapp, would you approach, please?
Mr. Mapp.
Perhaps you recall I asked at the last city council meeting regarding the bill list of the same date regarding the 9/11 reverse call relative to approximately a little less than $15,000 regarding the Orange Public Works Department, et cetera, et cetera. You said that you would check into that. What is your findings?
The item that you questioned at the last meeting dates back, I believe, to 2010, something that was inherited by this administration, something that was approved by a previous police director, paid in 3 installments, or was to be paid in 3 installments. The first was paid in 2011, second in 2012, and the third was to be paid in 2013, but was not. And that is the $15,000 that you have before you, or that you had on the bill list the last time around. Although the current police director expressed his opinion as it relates to that item, that he did not approve of that item. The item, we have documentation that shows the last payment was approved by John Rappaport, who I believe was the predecessor to the current police director. And so commitments made have got to be kept. And if we obligated the city, then we have to honor those obligations.
Yeah, I'm familiar with obligations. I was just trying to find out in terms of my question at the last city council meeting. So that is why since that commitment and obligation, it wasn't a necessity to have Mr. Director Sims aware and cognizant that a little less than $15,000 would come out of his budget. He didn't have to sign off on that or be cognizant of that to some degree, or to the more degree of which he was. Essentially, that's what you're saying, because it was pre him.
I'm not saying that. Mr. Sims should have been aware and should have been a part of that process. But be that as it may, whether or not he had agreed, we would still have to pay the obligation.
Right, and that's in the same theory, like he should have been made aware, just like this administration was aware when it came into play on July 1st, 2012, of the pre-obligations with respect to the Hawkins administration, and the Hawk administration with respect to the Hack administration, and the Hack administration with respect to the Brown administration, and all the way back to 1872. So, but still, having said that, Mr. Director Sims still should have been aware of it. Would that awareness be incumbent upon him needing to sign off on anything to signify and acknowledge his awareness that he should have been aware of?
As the head of the department, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Just very briefly, and I'm not going to go on too much longer. Just while you're here, Mr. Mapp, you recall, I thought I heard you say, and if I'm wrong, then I'm sure you'll correct me in the way that you always do. You said that you go over everything. I think you said with the mayor, and I'm not being sarcastic, but you said earlier, somebody asked a question, you said you go over everything with the mayor or the mayor.
I never said that.
Well, if you know what I'm saying, that you never said that, then what I'm referring to, what did you say?
I never said I go over everything with the mayor.
Okay. When you were you said that you get your direction on everything from the mayor, or you consult with everything from the mayor. Just in a capacity, there was a question about relative to a financial statement. That's what I'm referring to. Do you even have any concept of what I'm trying to attempt to ask?
Yes, I do.
Can you respond to that, what you think I'm trying to ask?
I said earlier that I take directions from the mayor, that
Okay.
I report to the mayor.
Thank you so much, okay. Words, semantics, okay. Now, that being said, in those conversations with the mayor, he never said to you, just by way of conversation, by way of lunch, phone call, a meeting irrelevant to something else, that the administration received $750,000 with respect to the library?
During what conversations?
The conversations that you've had with him since July 1st, 2012.
He might have. I am fully and completely aware of the $750,000 that the library received.
Oh, so the library, you didn't say that at the previous meeting. You said you weren't aware of it.
I never said that.
Okay, so now you're saying that the library, he may have made you aware, he made you aware that the library has, you're aware that the library in fact has received $750,000?
I stood here the last time, and I said that we never received $750,000. The municipality never did. The library received, from what I was told, $750,000. As finance director, I don't get involved with that. I don't do the reporting, the accounting for the public library.
Right. I think, I can't speak for everybody, but some citizens are aware that the administration, particularly the mayor, said that because it was put in the Orange transcript. There was emails with respect to that. When I attended the January...
I'm not disputing that.
No, if I could just finish. When I attended the January library board meeting, Tashami Cooper said that, and so now you're saying that, in fact, that you are aware that the library is in receipt of $750,000.
I have been told that there's a $750,000 grant that was received by the library. I'm aware that you have a bond ordinance that's been sitting...
I'm aware that I'm the bond ordinance. I have
with
it on the agenda.
$750,000 matching funds in order to fulfill the requirements of that grant that was received by the library.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council President, through you to Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, I asked you a question relative to the Orange Public workers, employees doing some obvious work at the Orange Library, you know, in the last, whenever, recently. You said that you would check into that. Could you expound on your findings with respect to my inquiry, please?
Yeah, there was some public works employees that did do some work at the library. I can't give you specifics what they did, but I did find out that a couple of times they were sent over there, and I don't know how uncommon that is, particularly in the fact that when, for example, we do clear the snow around the library and do the steps and things like that, so.
Yeah, but this would have been before it snowed.
Yes.
This was in-house.
Right.
This was relative to, I wasn't there, so I'm just speculating. Maybe some carpentry work, some work of that nature. It had nothing to do with shoveling snow because it hadn't snowed at that time.
Yeah, I don't know specifically what work they did. I know a couple of times we did send guys over there.
Okay. I don't want to belabor the point. Just lastly, the key issue, I think my question was, where would their pay come out of? Would it be the library fund or the coffers of the city? That was the gist of my question.
It would come from the city.
With that, I conclude, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Corbett?
Just to follow up on what Councilman Abdul Rashid was indicating about the reverse 911 calls, does anyone know where that system might be located?
George Sims, do you?
Hakeem Sims, Police Director. No, I don't know where that system is.
I don't know if it's in City Hall or Fire Department or where it is. They have a separate system. But that's not the reverse 911 system. That was purchased by them alone, from what I understand.
If my memory serves me correct,
Councilwoman Eason?
reverse 911 was a system that the fire department had talked about acquiring some years ago. To my recollection, it never happened.
So specifically, I think...
So that was a plan that they wanted to put in place, but I don't think they ever got the funds to do that. So when we need to do a city call for all residents, my basic assumption, don't quote, is it goes through the Board of Education. We use the Board of Education systems.
So Councilman Corbett, are you referring to the money that was paid, that Councilman...
Yes.
So that money
$15,000.
that was paid, was that paid to the Board of Education for use of their system? Do you know? Or
I can't answer. I don't know what it was
Mr. Matt,
paid
do you
to.
know?
Is the fireman...
He left.
But do we know who that, was it paid, was that money paid because previous Director Rappaport used the Board of Education system?
I don't believe that to be the case.
So it was we paid for a reverse 911 service. Was that outsourced that we paid? How do, where's the system that we paid for? What, do you have the paperwork, the supporting documents to show exactly what we paid for, to see if it was just a one-time, if there's something,
It was not a one-time. There were 3 payments that were to be made, and this $15,000 was the final payment.
So where are the supporting documents that might show where the system is, or, Council President?
In terms of where the system is, I don't know that it is a thing that you can go to this department and pick up and show to anyone. I don't believe that's the way 911 systems work. But from the information that I have gathered, the system is here someplace in the municipality, was used at least once or twice. And it is not a piece of equipment that you pick up, but it's a system that the city paid for some 3 years or so ago.
Councilwoman Gone Butler?
Can we use our subpoena power to find out where the system is located?
Yeah, they know where to go get the paper. I mean, yeah, but I think they're saying nobody...
I can tell you, Council President,
Just a second.
I'm being as forthcoming as I can be with you. There's nothing that I have to hide from you as far as this is concerned.
Do you have the paperwork?
Nothing.
Do you have the paperwork? Do you have the supporting document?
There are some documents that one of my staff members was to send to you, send to me today. And I haven't gotten that as yet. There's no reason for me to hide anything from you.
So, just a second, Councilwoman Eason. Can you send us an email by tomorrow with the update of whether you have all those papers received by tomorrow, and then we'll deal with the subpoena with the rest of the...
When I get those papers, I would send them straight to the clerk's office.
Thank you.
Councilwoman
Councilwoman Eason?
I had my hand up.
No, she didn't. She was calling me.
Hold on. It's you to before what? I think we could better get an answer from Director Dow, because that was something that initiated in the fire department.
Okay.
We have not heard reverse 911 since fire director, fire chief Marty DeMazzo passed away. So I think the history is in there, and that was a fire department initiative.
For the liaisons for the fire department, if you would be so glad to reach out to Director Dow and see if you can do research. And also, Mr. Mapp, just still update if you get information. Yes, Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Council President, I believe at the last council meeting, when I first inquired about this, you said that you would have to look up the invoice and you would give me a copy of that, and then my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Eason, said, could you give her a copy too? And then you said that you would forward that invoice to the clerk's office for distribution, which I don't know about my other colleagues. I don't have in my packet. So with respect to that, could you not only give me the one that you said you would give me at this council meeting, but could you give me the three sequential invoices pertaining to this particular 14,000 and change relative to this conversation that came from the 3 prior obligations that the City of Orange Township have to meet its obligation? Could you give me all of those 3 invoices?
I'm going to provide to the clerk's office every piece of information, every piece of paper that is given to me on this transaction.
I conclude.
Every piece. There's nothing to be hidden, nothing.
I conclude.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so you do that. But Mr. Knapp, as soon as you send it to the clerk's office, can you just send the email to let us know that?
I can do that,
Okay,
certainly.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Councilman Porter, were you finished?
I may have had another question for Mr. Mapp surrounding
Mr.
it.
Mapp.
No, I didn't. I just messed up. No, I'm just kidding. I'm happy to report, though, we indicated about the fire hydrant being covered on Fairview Avenue. I'm happy to report that the fire department went out tonight and cleared that. That's good. That's really good. With regards to an email that went out by the administration and various people received it, it pretty much passes the buck of blame where the bond ordinance is concerned. And it really doesn't accomplish anything to pass blame. What it really comes down to, quite simply, is the administration and the council sitting down and negotiating, if you will, what needs to be in that bond and what doesn't need to be in that bond. And the council is certainly going to speak on behalf of the residents who have contacted us, who expressed their concerns and feelings on the bond and what they think should be in there and what they think shouldn't be in there. So as opposed to passing blame, let's open up the lines of communication. Sit down and talk this thing through, figure out what is necessary at this moment, what is critical at this moment, which certainly involves a number of pieces of equipment, the roads that need to be repaired, and other items. So as opposed to passing the blame, again, I want to reiterate to whoever is listening that in order for this to get done, you're going to have to sit down and talk about it. It actually reminds me of the Obamacare, where you had so many people not in agreement with Obamacare, but yet they kept pushing it and pushing it. Nothing got done until they sat down and worked it out. And that same process is going to happen here in order for us to move it. So I really wish that the emails would just stop trying to encourage people to come and get on your council people and encourage them to pass that bond. That's not going to get it done either. It was also said here tonight, and I'm going to say that, we have known for some time the powers of the council. It doesn't take Bridgegate, it doesn't take Sandygate or any other gate. The fact of the matter is that we're just tired of asking the administration to provide us with various documents and various information. And they continue to not provide that. So it's like a last-ditch effort to go into our own bag of tricks, if you will, and subpoena that information. And we'll see how that goes. That might fall on deaf ears, too. We know what we're dealing with, but we're certainly going to try to do the very best we can in every legal aspect of it to gain the information that we need to move the city forward. It was also said that, some of us, the audience in particular, and a certain individual, that they all feel like patsies. And, I think we all feel that way. And especially when it comes down to the budget and other items, I'm still trying to figure out how the administration operated within the budget without making the necessary cuts that this council implemented. I'm baffled as I don't know what about it. I just don't see how it's possible. The cuts weren't made, but yet they were able to operate within the budget. So I don't know whether we need to, ask for an audit in that process, but we certainly need to understand how they were able to do that. And so that's it for me, Council President. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Easton?
First, while we're still in that vein, I just want to comment a little bit about the barn issue and piggyback on some of the comments that Councilman Corbett made. And in the letter, it says October 2013, they put before us the bond ordinance. But I just want to say for the record, on July 1st, 2012, when the new administration took office, they knew then that the equipment was 20 years old. That was one of the things I had asked the mayor to address. Look at the budget, see where we are, see what we need before we move forward. They chose to spend all the money in salaries. So now they're wanted to blame the council because they say the bond ordinance was not passed. Why would we give them more money with no financial oversight? So I know the Public Works needs equipment, and Mr. Mays, I want to commend you because I remember talking to you like at, 10 o'clock at night, and you were headed back down here to work through the snowstorm and make sure the streets were done. I want to thank you for your hard work. Granted, the equipment hampered you for doing a lot of things that you would have liked to do, and I want to apologize for that. But that's nobody's fault. I think this snowstorm of this season was a blessing in disguise because it let the residents really understand what we need for a snowstorm and to deal with the snow. So when we get ready to pass the bond ordinance to get the equipment, there shouldn't be anybody that stands up here and say, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. Because now they see what you were working with and you didn't have the equipment to do what you needed to do. And in fact, I gave Mr. Mays a suggestion on a piece that I saw on my niece's cell phone. It was one of those huge snow blowers. And they were going down the street just picking up the snow, putting it in trucks. Rather than plowing it, it was just picking it up. And I told him to look at the costs, that maybe that's one of the items he wanted to include on his wish list, because that would help tremendously. And the other thing that hampered was the cars. They couldn't plow some of the streets as best they could because they didn't want to damage anybody's car, so they had to be very careful. And someone talked about the signs that you can't park when there's snow. Nobody paid attention to those signs. And luckily, the cops did give some tickets, but they didn't give enough because people just parked anywhere. But there was a sign that said, please don't park when the snow is covering this area. They still parked there. So that was another issue. So he had a lot of things to deal with. But I just want to commend you on the work that you and your men did do. Granted, our streets is a mess. And when you talk about contractors, East Orange, Newark has contractors. They don't look any better than we do. I work in East Orange, so I know. Their streets are no better than ours, so that's not the solution either. And I want to move on to, I want to commend my council colleagues. You did me proud on Sunday. I want to thank you for visiting the Church for the Black History Month celebration. Thank you all for coming. I wasn't there, but I got a good report. And one of the things you guys accomplished that I cannot, and have not been able to accomplish is that you got Councilwoman April Gaunt Butler out of the balcony. I was happy to hear that. I see that every Sunday.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime event.
So it was a one-time event, right? But you got her out of the balcony. Mr. Mapp, I know we talked about this before, but when do you think you have the budget to us so that the CBAC can get an idea?
The budget, the delivery of the budget to the council depends on the availability of state aid. And it is our goal that you will have the budget by the due date as extended by the state.
Can't get us to us any earlier. I thought
If we can, we will.
I thought we weren't eligible for state aid.
Now you're talking about transitional aid.
Exactly, you're right. So you won't know until we get how much state aid we're going to get?
We can't finish the budget until we have state aid.
Do you have any
numbers.
idea when they will give you those numbers?
We will continue to check every day, every week, but I suspect sometime within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
That we should have the budget?
I believe, well, that we should have state aid, but I don't know. That's just a guess.
And that reminds me to Council President Williams, we need as a council to get together and go over our budget so we can submit it, so it can be included in the binder.
Yes.
Um,
It'll be on, yes.
And one of the other things I want to address that was talked about tonight, the moving of the election.
Councilwoman Easton, can you hold that thought? I need a motion to extend the meeting. Moved by, who was that moved by? Councilwoman Jones Bell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Abdul Rashid. All in favor?
We do a voice vote?
Roll call, Councilman Abdul Rashid.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Come back to me, please.
Pass. Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones Bell.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler. Councilwoman Williams is yes. Councilman Corbett.
I'm not outnumbered, no.
No. Okay. So
Motion
yes,
carries.
6 yeas and 1 no. Thank you.
Well, he only voted no because he knew it already passed, so we don't give any
Why do you have to say that?
credibility to that. Go ahead, please. Before I get to my comments about, also, I just want to say one other thing that I had here. When you talk about city council meetings and the things that we do in the meeting to get clarification on some of the items that we see in our agenda package, that, let me just remind everyone, this is a council meeting, and it is our right to do that. It may take a little time sometimes, but that is what we do. And we not only do it for ourselves, we do it so that our listening public can really understand what is really happening with their government. So if you feel we're taking too much time, we're not asking anybody to stay to the end of the meeting. But we need to do those things for our clarification. And that's part of being transparent. Transparency means we want everybody to know how your dollars are being spent. We question some things on the record for a reason, so that people will know. And if we ask the questions individual ourselves, that means the rest of the council don't know what the answer is. So they're going to still have to come here to get clarification. So that's why we do some of those things. But let me get back to, so there were some comments about extending the election. Moving the election to November. That was did in a positive vein, not because Councilmember Easton cannot walk. I can walk. I can walk every door in my ward, so that had nothing to do with it. It's not self-serving. And I just want to say, somebody talk about being self-serving. How self-serving are you when you say you don't want to save money for this city? We need the money. And based on the snow removal, we are going to have a deficit in that budget. Am I right, Mr. Mays? We are going to, and we need to collect some dollars and save some money. That was the initiative we had moving the council. Also, we should have done it when we changed from a fiscal to a calendar year. We neglected to do that. Because if we're going to start the budget on January 1st, we're going to start a year on January 1st, and we're going to start the budget for that year, it makes more sense that the council starts off with the budget and not have the budget be introduced and then it changes over. And you have to have new council people get up to speed on the budget. We're not doing that in a vacuum. We're doing it, and the residents that I've talked to thought it was a positive thing to do. They're willing to save the money. So, and nobody here has a crystal ball. I don't have one. Neither does the candidates that say they're running have a crystal ball. So we don't know who's going to be sitting in these seats come January 1st or May 13th. I mean, if I'm not sitting here, if that's not the will of the public, so be it. But we need to have some change, and we need to do something different so we can save the money. And it had nothing to do with the referendum about the full-time mayor and the Board of Education member having an elected board. Had nothing to do with that. And Mr. Did he leave? Mr. Fell, it does not have to be done by referendum. One thing that I do cross my T's and dot my I's. So I've been all the way to the legal department in Trenton, so we do know what we're doing sometimes. And you're not the only lawyer that has a law degree. So that being said, that is why it was moved, not for self-serving purposes where somebody say, oh yeah, anybody that wants to can run. Anybody that wants to can run for my seat. There's no guarantee who's going to win. Right. but everybody has a fair chance to do that. And whether it's in May or November, you still have a chance to run for office. So it doesn't mean that, okay, if I don't get it on May 13th, then, and I want to be sitting in that seat, doesn't mean you're going to get it anyway. So, and one of the things, looking at the comments tonight, it also proves how well you can work in a team and with people. And it also shows how self-serving some people in this city are. So that being said, thank you, Council President. I'm done.
Council President, can I just add one thing to what she was saying? Real quick.
Councilman Corbett?
With the savings that we will realize if we move the election, we will be able to take care of need that we have in the clerk's office, which is another person, physical person in the clerk's office. You're welcome.
Council President, I just want to say that I'm running for re-election for the West Ward council seat, and I would hope everybody in the West Ward come out and support me, and I look forward for a vigorous campaign and a fair and democratic process. Thank you.
Councilman Marable? Pass, you got to start?
What's that?
You gonna talk?
Councilwoman Easton, I do have a crystal ball. And I used it to figure out why you didn't come to church on Sunday. It told me you were afraid of the bishop.
I prayed at home.
He said, let it go, let it go.
There has been a lot of conversation, discussion, discourse tonight regarding ordinance 1-2014. I won't say much about it, except that it did pass by a vote of 5-0 on first reading about a month or so ago. I was not here that night. I think Councilwoman Jones-Bell was not here that night, so I certainly didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on it then. I will not be voting for it tonight. You know, we are bound as council people by the will of the majority. It will be the law of the land, so to speak, and it will, to some extent, control all of us, but I'm not supportive of it. And there's been a lot said about it tonight. There's no need to repeat that. Was it Captain Marasco or Deputy Chief Marasco?
That was here tonight?
Yeah, was
Captain.
I thought it was Captain. I think I got probably the same or similar email or text that you got, Councilman Corbett, indicating that that particular hydrant at 391 Fairview had been cleared. Interestingly, the text I got said the fire department immediately went out, which I really appreciate, and they couldn't find it. It was so buried that they had to be directed to it by a resident on the block because they couldn't find it. And that certainly speaks to, you know, fires. I'm not in the fire service, and I don't claim to be, but it's common sense that suggests in a fire situation, minutes are critical. And if you have to spend valuable minutes finding and then digging out that piece of equipment, it's certainly not to anyone's benefit. So I appreciate the quick response. I think we do need a plan to find them, dig them out, and make them available. There was some discussion at the earlier part of the meeting about the bill list and the expenditures for salary and wages in different departments. I had asked to be provided with a copy of last year's budget binder, and it really did reinforce my recollection as to what the numbers should have been. There's no need to go through all the departments, but I singled out the mayor's office because it seemed glaringly out of alignment. My recollection and the information that I had in the binder was that the annual salary and wages for that office should have been $161,400. And if you divide that by 26, each pay period should have been $6,207.69, $6,200. We're being asked tonight to approve a 2-week salary and wage line of $8,300, $2,100 more than is budgeted by my math, and I may be wrong, but it's 33% more than we budgeted for, anticipated, and most importantly, were aware of. It's about a $53,000 difference at the end of the year. And, you know, I many times have a hard time approving the bill list for reasons such as that, but that will be the reason tonight. I don't know how we just sit back knowing that and sign off on it, agree to it. We tacitly endorse these types of over expenditures. The question is, and you know, it's as plain as the nose on your face, where's that money going? I have no idea. And it may be justifiable. There may be someone there in a position that, you know, is earning a paycheck by no fault of their own, but why wouldn't we know about that? So to me, a 33% differential between what we thought it was and what we're being asked to authorize, to me, is a little bit too glaring. There's also been a lot said tonight about the tabled bond ordinance. And this has been a rough, you know, I understand the comments. Several people referred to the snow as a blessing. I understand that. I think Councilwoman Easton, you said that. I can't even think of it that way because it's been too much of a hardship for me, my family, and my neighbors, and the residents of Orange generally. I almost had a serious accident today on Lincoln Avenue due to the snow, lack of removal. My wife fell and hurt herself this week. I hurt my back shoveling, not snow, but ice. It's hard to look at that as a blessing. And it's clearly being tied to this notion of a bond ordinance. You know, if you pass the bond ordinance, you're doing what's right for the residents, and if you don't, you know, you're somewhat akin to Satan or something. I don't know what you are. But there are a number of good reasons why I will not support this bond ordinance as it's currently constituted, and I sat down today and I kind of memorialized some of those. And many of these points have been discussed tonight already. You know, this notion that we would sign off on $9 million and be provided with no timely information thereafter is predictable because it's what's happening now. So we assume that that will be the case. You know, this notion of requesting basic information about the receipt and disbursement of Sandy funds, can't get that. Took months and months and months and months and months to get some information regarding city vehicles. I have asked questions related to the budget regarding individuals' employment, salary, and wages in the past. Go see the mayor. I can't be told information. So I have to assume that we will not be provided with timely information on this issue either, and that's a problem for me. Secondly, and this has been mentioned, I think the genesis of the snow removal problem that happened in the last 2 weeks, I agree completely, Councilwoman Easton, it started July of 2012. That's when our snow problem started. This notion that we spend, and then ask questions doesn't make any sense to me. You know, instead of assessing a problem and determining what is the appropriate amount of money to spend on it, we just start spending. And we prioritized, for whatever reason, unnecessary salaries and wages, and we spent the money. It's as simple as that. We spent it on people with no-show jobs, people with multiple full-time jobs. We've been misled about those things. I always bought into this notion of don't spend good money after bad. And we've spent so much bad money that could have been, should have been spent on things like snow removal, things that are critical to the services we provide to our residents. That's why we are where we are. And that's part of the reason why I won't endorse the bond ordinance. This notion of transparency has been mentioned here tonight. It's closely tied to another T word, that being trust. I have very little left. It was mentioned that the county executive came here weeks ago and had what seemed to be very, you know, well down the tracks plans, renderings, you know, completion dates, all kinds of stuff that seemed like it was a done deal. Unfortunately, no one told us. No one has since shared a document with me regarding that. I understand that there's some meeting plan, but why at this stage? I have been on record publicly about things like this notion of Orange Forward Incorporated, an alleged nonprofit corporation that is raising money and providing assistance and programming to Orange youth. I've asked to know more about that. Where's the money going? How much did you get? You're entitled to nothing. That has been the response. So I'm expecting and anticipating the same response as it relates to the $9 million, that once we say yes to it, there'll be nothing by way of transparency or trust. Fourthly, and it's been touched on again tonight, the city has no business administrator. It is not the mayor's job to attend to the business affairs of the city. It is the business administrators. And this notion that Mr. Mapp is deferring to, whether it be everything or most things or some things, to the mayor, that's not the person he's supposed to be reporting to. He's supposed to be reporting to the business administrator. So if we signed up for a Carnival cruise and we showed up at the dock and we asked, well, where's the captain? He said, there is no captain on this boat. You know, I would turn around and go home. I don't care how much I needed that vacation or where we were going. You don't get on a boat without a captain. And that's where we are. You don't give $9 million to an entity that has no one in charge of its business affairs. It just doesn't make any sense. Finally, I've been the subject of this smear campaign that I think Councilman Corbett was alluding to. I have seen documents, I've been made privy to documents sent out to people by people in this administration, bad-mouthing me, that are offensive, things that are false, downright defamatory. You know, the notion that if you agree with someone's position on an issue, a significant issue such as this, that you can't talk about it, the approach is to denigrate that person, to somehow diminish them or their reputation. It's not conducive to getting your way. It's just that simple. It's not likely that someone's going to agree with you when all you do is put up posters on poles bashing them or sending out emails or posting things on social media. So that's clearly the least of it, because I don't care what people say about me. But none of this is making me more likely to vote for a bond ordinance. I will fully agree that we need some things. We need some things. Do we need to spend $9 million on those things? Heck, no. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Jones-Bell.
Thank you, Council President. I try not to complain. I don't know how good a job I've done of that, but for at least the past couple of months, I've been looking at this bond ordinance and saying, we broke it up into pieces. We cut some departments back. We did the amendment. And that just wasn't enough. I mean, I believe that most of my council colleagues want the best for Orange residents. I do. But this is a team effort. It's not just us. It's really, really tedious. Like bosses that don't delegate, the ones that like micromanage everything in every department underneath the supervisor, that's like aggravating to me. But yet we've had to dole out money based on what we've been told and what we've seen about administrative practices here. And yes, just in the last couple of years. And that's an extremely tedious process to cut back money here, or to say you can only get $400,000 at this juncture, or you can only get $2 million. But it seems like that's the only way, and I don't even know that's working. But it seems like that's the only way not to just like throw the money out, good money to bad, because we don't see anything back. We don't get documentation. The last meeting, I asked for a list of the people that had worked during the Sandy, that whole thing, the Sandy stuff. And of course I haven't gotten it. I don't know that I really expected to get it, but in order for us to do our best job, we have to have certain kinds of information provided to us. I hope and pray that the residents of Orange understand that. That is vital. In order for us to make the best educated decision, we need the information. We need to make the decision. on. So, okay, so I don't even want to keep playing with that whole issue. But, I mean, that's the thing. And it's real frustrating. It's frustrating for all of us. And regarding the November election, I was thinking about it. When I first heard about it from Tensi, I thought, well, how could that be fair? And we've already gotten petitions out. But then when I thought about it, I mean, that part of the process is going to be upheld. Nothing is going to change. But the bottom line is that, and not an administration, but this council, four of the people on this council, or the 3 at-large people, somebody would have to have an extra 6 months, or the extension put on to their time in office, because that's how it works. There is no time where we can change it and then nobody's going to get the additional 6 months. So I don't feel like we're asking for anything unreasonable, and absolutely we need the money. That's what all of this is about, every meeting. The money, the money. Who do we give what to? How much? Do you need this much? And I said that Director Mays did a good job at the last meeting, because it's got to, I mean, with working with what he has, that little crummy, it's like Tonka trucks he has. I mean, so working with that kind of stuff, yeah, it's hard. Yes, streets don't get done. And I also said 2 weeks ago that the initial streets, the primary streets get done first, the secondary streets get done second. We've been barraged by so many snowstorms and ice storms, there was no time to even get to the secondary streets. You had to go back and do the primary streets first. So everybody, please be patient. This whole thing is a process. We are going to get new equipment. We are going to move forward, and Orange is going to be blessed. Thank you.
Councilwoman Butler?
Yes, thank you, Council President. So I just wanted to start off my comments with on a positive note. I wanted to thank the administration, in particular Director Sims, Director Mays, and Supervisor Ray Wingfield, for the assistance that they provided me with regards to the Lincoln Avenue situation. They actually went out and they handed out notices to residents letting them know about the parking situation, where to move the cars, and actually the lot behind the old police department was plowed for them to park in. So I want to thank all of them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, I wanted to talk a little bit about Orange Public Schools, because you know that's a labor of love for me. I had an opportunity to attend the Orange Public Schools Spelling Bee. I think it was 2 weeks ago now. My days are, yeah, about 2 weeks ago. And it was absolutely marvelous, a marvelous display of intellect on behalf of our students. I happened to see the kindergartners, the weebies, they call them. And I mean, they were spelling words. I mean, they exhausted lists. It was absolutely outstanding. So I want to say well done to the Orange Public Schools. I also wanted to talk a little bit about, or actually ask Mr. Mapp this question, and it has to do with the corrective action plan. I just wanted to know a status or an update report on that. In particular, has it been implemented? What has been implemented? Are we moving forward with it? Because as I told you, I really was not in favor of that particular plan because it lacks specificity. So I'm just going to follow up to make sure I get the specificity that I'm looking for.
Corrective action plan is a process that we put in place for most of last year, 2013. You would recall that the plan wasn't adopted until, I believe, last month. And so I can tell you that throughout 2013, we started working on a number of the issues that were highlighted in the audit for the year 2012. So some of those items have been addressed. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. You must keep in mind that we're talking about some 50 audit comments that have been in existence for many, many years. And I believe Councilor Jones-Bell just used the term in reference to something else. That is a process, and it is indeed, as far as these audit comments are concerned, a process, not an event. But we will continue to work to fix all, or as many of them as we possibly can. We've already done some of the work.
I'd like to make the request that at least on a monthly basis, you make an update report with regards to the corrective action plan.
I'll have to think about how that can be done. I'll think about that. Because the corrective action plan relates to the audit of the previous year, and we have put some measures in place to fix some of those problems. For example, there was one that pertained to there not being a fixed asset inventory, and that is something that was ongoing for many years, and we addressed that. So we are gradually addressing the issues as we are able to, and we'll continue to do that.
So an update would be possible.
I'm going to stand here and say that I'm going to come to you each month and say, comment number 1, fix. Comment number 2, fix. I don't know that I can do that, but to the extent that we
A
can,
written report would be fine, with a date.
I'm not going to commit to that.
Okay, then I'll just ask you everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to make some final comments on 1/2014, the ordinance that was being discussed this evening. Just a couple of quick comments for me. When Councilwoman Easton approached me about it, I was very willing and open to, look into it further. One of the things that I thought was a huge benefit with regards to the ordinance was the fact that since we are now a calendar year budget, the incoming elected officials would come in and be able to design their own plan as opposed to having to come in and work 6 months with someone else's plan. So I thought that was a huge benefit for me. The other thing, of course, is that we would get additional money or save additional money if we change the election. As I talked to many residents, though, and some that are running and some that are not running, one of the issues is that the public really hasn't been able to weigh in on this particular issue. The other is that the process has already started. If we had done this prior to the process, it probably would be a moot issue. But since we have not done it prior to the process, it does pose problems for people. And as a person who has run for election and know the cost involved, know the planning that's involved, that all needs to be taken into consideration as well. So it's a difficult issue. I will say this, well, no, maybe I won't say that. I'll keep that to myself. But I do want to say that I think that it deserves more discussion. Thank you, Council President.
A couple of comments. As a reminder, we were given 2 resolutions, proposed 49 and proposed 50. 49 is being removed, so 50 becomes 49. Mr. Wolf, if you can just take back to the law office when they bring forth a conflict list of attorneys. There is a couple things that might be suggested. That is this term that keeps going around, expiration date. However, neither list, the current list nor this list that was put before us tonight, has an expiration date. So if we're going to utilize the expiration date, we need to include it inside of the a part of the resolution that this conflict list is valid from this date to that date. Also, regarding the when it comes back, for all of the law firms who are requesting, can we have the supporting documents with it as well when it comes back? So if it says 13 law firms submitted resumes, if their resume, I guess their pay to play, and I think that's probably whatever they submitted for RFQ, request for qualification, plus their pay to play, be attached so that the council can have that for review. And I'm assuming it's going to come back on March 4th. And then Director Mays just left, and I'm just like other council members, I drove around the city a lot and just looked at the street and witnessed and the concerns of them not being able to, Public Works being able to do anything because of the cars on the streets, and the cars not being able to move. Is Mr. Mays right there, Councilwoman Jones-Bell?
He went downstairs.
He went down, so I'll come back to that. I'm gonna come back to those two. Regarding the mayor's presence, I just want the citizens to know that, Mrs. Stewart, I thank you for being consistent with asking for the mayor. I had the privilege of having a meeting with the mayor yesterday, and Councilman Corbett, if you don't mind, I know you recently had a meeting with him, and one of the things that I'm sure when any council member has a meeting, because you say it and other people ask us, we say to the mayor, can you be present at the meeting? So we are constantly asking, and we think that it would be helpful because of a lot of things that are being said. So, and we strive, this council is a stipend, if you will. We don't have offices. We each don't have staff members. So we don't have people working on websites. We don't have people tweeting messages for us. We generally are working and then come here, and we don't have the resources that the administration have. And it's very hard sometimes for us to communicate exactly what we're doing in terms of responding to your request to the administration to show that we're working in a collective effort. But I will tell you that this council, probably beyond anybody can imagine, collectively, via committee meetings or individually, reach out to administration and say, listen, we need to work this out. We need to get through this. And oftentimes we are falling on deaf ears. And then when we get together and we realize that we've asked the same question, probably 7 different people have asked the same question, and nobody's gotten a response. It's very frustrating. And we can't. I have, in the part of the bond problem, part of the bond process that actually made it very, very challenging is there was a request for $9 million. If the list says October, we probably didn't get a detailed list, which came in a binder probably until January. So we didn't get the supporting documents for the request for the $9 million, and then they were outdated. And we did, as a finance committee, try to segregate and say what was emergent. And now that list is not even, after we sat at the finance committee yesterday afternoon rather, and went to look at the bond list, the list is not even relevant anymore. And I know one of the things that I'm looking in the book, and one of the things that's being asked for was IT. And the reason, and it's not that the council doesn't support it. I think that we need to realize that we need to spend our money smarter. And as I look at the bill list, we're paying Mr. Mapp, I think there's a bill on there for $400,000, or let me see. To make City Hall wireless.
On the bill list?
Yes, there's a, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Page 1.
Page 1.
In the back.
There's a
There's
bill
one in the
list.
back, okay.
To set up a wireless in City Hall for $3,000, $473. And there's also a request on the bond list. So where is this part of, and does this upgrade to technology consider the city's needs, police and fire department? Does this $3,000 that we're spending right here consider the city of Orange holistically, or is this just for City Hall, this $3,000 that we're spending?
Well, this certainly involves the city of Orange as a whole because it involves City Hall. And what happens is that when we have meetings here with vendors who need to get onto the internet, it is always a problem.
Right.
And so this provides us with Wi-Fi access here from City Hall.
So is this $3,400 total price, or will there be a monthly fee? What is this $3,473 cover?
This is for the work that has been done to date, and I can tell you that we're going to sit down with this particular vendor because there are a number of things that have been uncovered that we want to discuss in terms of needs that the city has, needs that have been identified in order to make our IT technology better, to prevent internet from crashing. We've had lots of issues with the internet, and so this particular vendor has identified things that need to be fixed.
But does this 3,000, is this a partial payment or is this the total? What is this?
I don't recall. I'll have to look at the entire purchase order.
And so, so if we go ahead and pay this, of course, and we have made a recommendation that this bond ordinance needs to look at and be reviewed and amended and presented in an updated fashion. So how does it change what was asked in the bond ordinance? Because there was an IT portion in the bond ordinance.
We have a need to sort of overhaul our entire information technology system. One of the things that this particular vendor did, I don't know if you recall coming into the finance department, for example, next to one of the employees' desks, there were wires, I mean, numerous wires just sitting on the floor. One of the things that this vendor has done is to correct that problem. So these are the kinds of issues that we are looking to address by having this person do this work. But in the grand scheme of things, there are information technology needs that the city as a whole has that we are hoping to be able to address in the bond ordinance. And to just make this one mention, the notion that salaries are paid, this and that, has nothing to do with a bond ordinance. You cannot pay one dime in salaries from a bond ordinance, not one dime.
We do have to have control over the spending, but for instance, but what I'm saying right here is that because this bond ordinance have not moved, that y'all start piecemealing it and you're paying in small portions of other things just by doing it a little bit at a time.
Not really. We're fixing things that are broken, things that we can't leave in the way in which they have been left. Case in point is that we've attempted, Councillor Abdul Rashid has requested that we fix the phone system. And we fix it the next day, and the next day it broke. And this is what we continue to do. And there comes a time when you just have to stop the bleeding. And so to get a new phone system, we need a capital outlay of funds. So that's the reason the phone system, for example, is still not working.
All right, so for this 3,000, I will need a response to see if this is the total cost or is this just, what is it for? And
We can get you that.
Okay, and is this a payment on a larger amount as well?
Okay.
And do you know, I think, did Mr. Mays say that for this last portion, so that we did hire contractors?
For the last purchase
That
order?
we did hire some contractors for the snow removal?
I don't know anything about it.
He did. Mr. Scarra, do you happen to know how much we're committed to for those contractors? Do you know?
It's a line item.
It's possible that that was done on an emergency basis. I don't know.
I got you, but do you know how many times we've used it?
They always put that in every.
I don't know anything about it.
In
Okay,
anticipation.
all right. Where is Mr. Mays?
Councilwoman, point of order.
I'm just,
Before you leave that, and you were talking about the IT system, I thought part of the bond ordinance was that we were going to have somebody look at and do it right this time versus piecemealing.
and that's my question is, it's
So why
like we're
would we-
paying for a little bit at a time where I see 3,000 in the bill list, but we still have this bond request. So I just, it's like if they can't get it this way, they're just doing a little bit at a time. And what we've stated that we do recommend that the bond be removed from the table and voted down and sent back to us, but to move forward with on items, it appears that we're still looking at things little by little instead of citywide. So that's my concern.
Council President, for example, that,
Let me just get our thoughts,
Okay.
Vanessa, yes.
I thought we were going to look at just putting aside a part of money that we would finally get City Hall into the 21st century and just revamp the whole thing so that it doesn't break. Instead of fixing it piecemeal and have someone come in, look at what needs to be done, and just fix it once and for all.
And I think that was our goal and our hope, but the fact that we're paying $3,000 or $3,400 for something, go ahead.
we would love to do exactly what you're saying.
But I thought that was what we was planning when we put together, when you started putting together the bond ordinance, that we were going to.
We gave you a bond ordinance in October of 2012.
You gave us the bond ordinance October 12th. You know you gave us
2013.
2012. You've had that now for 16 months.
No, we didn't.
No.
No, the mayor says here on October
I can prove it to you.
2013.
I can prove it to you, but there's no point.
The bond ordinance is 32-2013. It's a 2013.
We
order.
first gave that to you in October of
No,
2012.
you gave us a capital budget, but not
Okay.
the
Okay,
bond ordinance.
it's a 2013 document, but what I'm concerned with is us spending here and still, so I'm just raising that issue that, and I get that we still have to have discussion. Mr. Mays, you said that we hired, but you can get back to me in terms of the 3,400. What is that exactly for? And
That's one other piece of information. A part of that is for we, have had issues with security, so we've put some security systems in place. And that's not something that could wait. So that covers a part of that.
And speaking of security, we've actually asked for documentation, but we're not.
Any
getting-
payment we made to vendor, we can provide to you.
It's the actual security situation that you were speaking of.
Okay.
That we never got a response to. But, 1 second, Councilman Abdul-Rashid. Mr. Mays, you said we hired contractors, for snow removal. Was it just for which day? For Wednesday? How many days?
It was just for one day. I believe it was for Friday, Thursday late into Friday night.
Do we have a roundabout, do they have an amount that?
Yeah, it was roughly, I think it was like $2,000.
Just for the, okay, 2,000?
Mhm.
And one thing, with the week going forward, and you're having days of when people are supposed to remove their car, you would normally do street sweeping, and of course you can't do street sweeping. Can you speak to that, will you be using those days to do the snow removal instead of the street sweeping?
Well, we don't do any street sweeping now. when
But
the
I'm
weather-
saying, but people still have to remove, the
Yeah.
days they have designated to remove the car, because people haven't been moving their cars, so now that it's kind of slowed down.
The plan is to go and post for people to move their cars on various streets, probably throughout Friday.
Okay.
So we've been averaging 2 or 3 streets, depending on the length of them a day. So for the next couple of days, we'll be removing snow off Main Street, which is a priority. And we'll be removing snow off various streets, probably up until Friday. And we'll make the assessment after that. We're supposed to get warm temperature. We hope that a lot of it will melt, but it's a lot of snow out there. And then the fact that the snow will be soft, it'll be easier to move. And then in terms of what you're talking about, in terms of the parking, I've alluded to the fact that we want to take a real good look at it. I asked the engineer to put together a citywide study of the parking on emergency when it snows.
No, I'm just curious, in terms of people, the normal days they're supposed to move, I just want to know, because it was
Technically,
starting
you're
to
supposed to move.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now that you
None-
have.
It hasn't been suspended.
Right. Councilman Marable brought up about fire hydrants, so you can kind of locate them in a big snow. I also want to know about speed bumps, and I was thinking about people who don't know Center Street, for example. They're coming down Center Street and that was all snow covered, and they didn't know those speed bumps were there. Is there a way that?
Signage.
They
some
can be
signs, yeah.
identified?
Mhm.
Okay, so can you look at that, because that was a
Okay.
major, and also, we had a lack of personal snow removal. Can you speak to people's requirements on moving the snow from in front of their house and, you know?
It's supposed to be 24, I believe it's 24 hours after the storm. We're supposed to have it removed. We have had a uptick in court cases. I think Councilwoman had asked me about that previously. I did find out that that money does go into the general fund.
If
for
somebody get
people.
ticketed. Okay.
Right. Mhm.
It goes right into.
Point of order?
Yes.
Council President, I'm not trying to take away your council comments. I'm just the official timekeeper. It's now 11:18.
Thank you, Councilman
You're welcome.
Rashid. And regarding the do we have a lot of properties that still have snow in front of them? And snow like up to my knees.
We do have several properties that still have snow in
Okay,
front of them.
and so how are you going to remove?
That's a good question.
I mean, because you have blocks
don't-
of several foreclosed houses that
Right,
they haven't
right.
removed the snow.
Right. Well, that's not a priority right now for me, to try to get the snow off the ones where we know that there's nobody taking care of it.
That's what I'm saying, the
Yeah.
foreclosed houses.
Right.
So, okay, so would it help if people call you? I mean, how you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right.
asking about. And I think that was it. And Councilman Abdul Rashid, did you just want to notify me of the time?
Yeah, everybody in the audience sent me a text. They made me the official timekeeper, so I just was letting you know in that role. The time is now 11:19.
Thank you so much. Motion to close?
Move. Second. Council President, point of order.
Yes.
I'm going to do an executive order and demand that we take a 4-minute break.
Council, I'm going to do a break.
Okay.
Just
They also
a
made me
second.
the official take a break.
We did a motion. Who did the motion to close?
I did.
Councilman
Second.
Court, and second by Councilwoman.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We need to take a 5-minute break. Councilman Eason, we need to see this. Kevin.
Does anyone have an iPhone charger?
That's why you got.
Hello.
That's why you want your high. You know?
Excuse me, if you're going to continue to talk, can you please go in the next room?
That's exactly right.
Thank you.
We're on ordinance 1-2014 for its second reading, an ordinance establishing November general election as the date for the City of Orange Township's nonpartisan municipal elections.
This is second reading by title, but anybody from the public to speak on this ordinance, 1-2014? Ms. Wilson?
Good evening, Murphy Wilson, 362 Haywood. I'm very much opposed to the emergency nature that this has been suggested that it has. The changing of the date of the municipal election in and of itself is not so much an issue. However, trying to change the date of an existing election cycle that has already started is outrageous. The calendar has been published, the timetable has been established. Plain and simple, it's election tampering. This is not any kind of an emergency. If this was so important, y'all should have put this out last year. If it was so important, it should have been on the ballot with all that other stuff about full-time mayor and elected school board people. But now, suddenly, that the election cycle has started, now somebody decides that this is an emergency? It's not an emergency. It's not. And it doesn't look like anything but a self-serving type of piece of legislation. It's just tampering. It's not being done to save money, because you could save money doing it. $50,000 is what, 0.1% of the budget. Okay? It's a drop in the bucket. If you want to save that kind of money, right now, you've got two people sitting here, a finance director and a CFO. For nearly 20 years, that was done by one person. You want to save $50,000? Get rid of one of those people. Okay? You can save a lot more money by getting rid of a whole lot of other people. People that were never, positions that were never authorized by the council. That'll save you a whole lot more money. And it won't be every 2 years. It'll be on an ongoing basis, year after year. So don't tell me that you're trying to save money. If you want to save money, start following the payments that come out of here and what isn't coming out of here. We shouldn't have an unpaid unemployment insurance that's now got a penalty of nearly $200,000. I, as a taxpayer, shouldn't have to pay for that. And don't tell me you have to move an election because you didn't catch that and the bill didn't get paid. All right? That's a whole bunch of money. It's just a way to extend the terms of the incumbents. And by the way, you're extending a term and getting paid. And you didn't ask me, the taxpayer. Okay, now if I vote to put you in office or to take you out of office, that's my right. This is America. But you sitting up here voting to extend your own term and your own paycheck, that's wrong. All right? You're forcing taxation on me. You didn't come to me, you didn't come to the voters and say, what do you think about changing this date of this election? If you'd done that, that'd be a whole different story. Okay? Whether I'm running, whether I'm not running, don't tell me you're going to decide what my tax dollars are going to have to pay for you being in office. And I didn't have anything to say about it? No. It's not an emergency. I don't believe this is being done to save money. It's tampering. You're stealing my right as a taxpayer to decide who's going to be here. You're messing with the election cycle that has already started. That smells. It's wrong.
Good evening, Tony Desorme, 127 Chapel Street, Orange. This is the first time in 45 years I've been in Orange that they, at the last minute, they decided to change the election date. I'm not going to be long on it. Only thing I have to say that I'm sincerely, completely opposed to that change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Feld?
I'm Jeffrey Feld. A few different comments. I made an open request for a copy of the ordinance that you're going to do. For 2 weeks, I'm trying to find out what city attorney signed off on the validity of this. I still have not been able to find a signed copy of the ordinance. Under the Administrative Code 4-14, you can't vote on anything unless it has the signature of a city attorney approving the form. So right now, procedurally, I don't know what we're voting on something that you can do, because I have not seen a signed ordinance approving the form sufficient in AC and legality. When we talk about the cost savings, $50,000, we had to add on some of the other things that we have not received. The pilot payments, if it wasn't for citizens, we still don't even know that Walter G has paid, because under Oprah, there's been no proof of the payments. We now have 340 Thomas Boulevard. 340 Thomas Boulevard pays no money to the city under any agreements. That's a travesty. You've been selling properties to the housing authorities. When the property gets sold to the housing authority,
Council President, we in point of order. The purpose of this is just for 120-2014. It's not.
Wait, the point you've been making is $50,000. Let me finish my point. The point you're saying to justify this is $50,000.
Mr. Feld, I just don't want two people to speak at the same time. Councilwoman Easton, you haven't heard Mr. Feld. Just kind of stay focused on the issue. Thank you very much.
What the issue is, you're saying the reason to vote for this is to save $50,000, and we're saying there's other ways you could have saved $50,000. What about the pilot payments? The way you're saying is $50,000. What about all the costs that taxpayers and citizens have to incur, such as what we heard before, the unemployment that has been done, the penalty and interest that has been done? So the $50,000 is just one of the issues. The other issue that you have to do is there's no signature, and there's case law. 2.5 weeks ago, the state Supreme Court issued certification, granted certification here a case involving Montclair, called Grabowski versus the Township of Montclair. It talks about conflicts of interest. It talks about the test that when certain people should not be, or elected officials should not be voting or disqualifying for voting. There's a test there. And the test says, in each of the cases in which a disqualifying interest was found, an objectively reasonable, fully informed member of the public will perceive that the participation by the official in the proceedings calls into question the impartiality of the governing body and the integrity of the proceedings. Grabowski cited Kane, which is a state Supreme Court case that was decided last June, where it invalidated an ordinance involving Hoboken. Now the question is, who is the mysterious, objectively reasonable, fully informed member of the public? I'm not suggesting myself. It's that lady over there in the red, orange sweatshirt. Listen to her. She comes to these meetings. That's the reasonable person. Listen to what she's saying. She's saying it smells here. And I'm saying to you also, be careful. Someone tried to confuse my words. When I was talking about earlier today, I was talking about the resolution that's going to be considered where you change the effective date. That deprives citizens the right to vote. That's when you have, under the Faulkner Act, unless there's a specific exception in the underlying statute, which I cannot see that there's in this underlying statute allows you to change statutes that says you can't challenge that ordinance by referendum. What will happen tonight, if you approve the resolution later where you make the effective date immediately, you're depriving citizens the right for 20 days from publications to challenge that by referendum. And I don't know if people have picked up on that point. That's a different point of saying that this has to be done by referendum. No, the citizens have a right to go collect petitions and signatures within 20 days of publications to challenge that. And you should not deprive that right also tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Songs?
Paula Dizom, living in 127 Chapel Street in Orange. I'm very, very, very upset about that decision they made to vote to change the election date. I don't think that's fair. It's up to us, the resident of Orange, who should vote when the election should be done. It should not be coming only from only you, the council member, to be changing the election fund. We are taxpayers here, we pay our taxes. The same way they can take that decision to do that thing by themselves, we cannot do that decision ourselves too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Owens. Mr. Johnson?
Harold Johnson, 235 Fuller Terrace. I just wanted to address the council one last time on this issue of 1/2014. I've heard the opinions of the council people who wanted to speak on it, and I respect your opinion, but I don't fall for it. I don't believe it. It just it's not right, man. It's just not right. And you do what you got to do. I know whenever legislators introduce laws and so forth, they kind of lobby to see if they got enough votes to pass it, and that's done behind closed doors and whatever. So whatever the situation that you all want to vote on it, please keep in mind that I don't think it's right. Thank you.
Mr. Harrington?
Darrell Harrington, 13 Prince Street, Orange. Each and every one of you have been given a public trust. Every one of you have gone out, gotten petitions from your friends, from your neighbors, asking them for this public trust for you to represent us in this body. To come without giving it back to the same people whom which you represent and unilaterally making a decision that could seem self-serving doesn't make good sense. You should look within yourselves, look to your constituents, the ones that you represent, the ones who voted for you, and even the ones who didn't, that you still represent. And ask yourself, does this make sense for them? Are you answering to what's in their best interest? And if that's what you take from it, then that's what you take from it. I don't feel that it is, but I just ask you to look within yourselves before you make this decision. Thank you very much.
Ms. Stewart?
Gloria Stewart, resident of Orange. I guess you thought you were going to wait me out. But what difference is another 20 minutes or 30 minutes?
No.
I'm here.
I know you did. Trust me. I thought we was going to be out here by 9:30 tonight.
Oh, and when I looked at your agenda, I said, wow. But I was wrong. Now, I'm thinking of a word that says T-A-T, TAT, transparency. And that old word trust again, and accountability. That's what I'm looking for from you. And I also heard the word articulation. Working in the educational field, we have workshops where we call articulation. We go to this articulation workshop and we come up with different ideas or strategies as it relates to working with our students. So when I heard Mr. Johnson's articulation of why you should not change the date on the election, that was one way. Then when I listened to Mr. Harrington's way of articulating that you shouldn't change it, just you shouldn't decide that if you're going to do it, give it to the residents. Put it on ballot just like you did with the Orange. I was elated when you said you're going to make the Orange Board of Ed elected. And when you was, you were talking about, you put it out before the public. Now, personally, I don't agree with it because somebody's going to come up short. Now, and I'm going to give you an example. If I were to run for the North Ward council person and I won, just hypothetically speaking, when I come in, I'm 6 months behind the 8 ball already. I've lost 6 months of a term. You understand what I'm saying? So if you use an educator, you heard an increment withholding, that's something you never get back if you lose a year. So if I lose 6 months by winning the North Ward council person, I never get that back. So
Let her finish her statement, then we can...
when I say lose, I mean 6 months. You saying you're going to be in that office 6 months longer than you normally would be, right? Now, when I'm looking at the different wards, now the council people at large, it doesn't matter to you, shouldn't, except to support the ward council people, because you go until what, the 16th, is it? Your term is up on the, in the year 2016. So I'm just saying, you're 6 months behind. I would be 6 months behind. And I'm just saying I can't even run for the North Ward. I just wanted to throw that out. East Ward. So, but that's my articulation is that put it on the ballot. Let the resident decide. In all fairness, to keep down confusion, please do that. And the other thing is when it relates to you're saving money, and you can use the money to do that. The other thing, and it'd be funny, are you going to give up your stipend for that 6 months? Say, I'm going to sit in the place. Are you going to give up that stipend that you would get monthly? I know you get a monthly stipend. So are you going to give that up just to make sure that you have, that 6 months, that extending that time to November election? Are you willing to give up that 6 month stipend? Question. You know what? I kind of believe you. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to be heard from the public?
Motion to close.
Motion by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Eason. Roll call. This is to close. Roll call.
Roll call for what? Close public. Okay. It's a long meeting.
Roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones-Bell?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
I'm in favor as well. Motion for final adoption.
Move.
Motion by Councilman
Second.
Corbett, second by Councilman Abdul Rashid on the motion.
On the motion, Council President.
Yes.
I've heard, from everyone who is running for office and even a few who are not running for office. And when we put on the ballot, about the Board of Education and the mayor turning into a full-time mayor, I had people complaining about us putting it on the ballot. So no matter what you do, whether you make the decision yourself or whether you give it to the people, you're still going to get people who are not happy with what you're doing. So, and believe me, I hear you loud and clear. And there is an upside to this. It really is. If you really look and think about it, there is an upside to it. Thank you, Council President.
On the motion, anybody else?
Oh, yeah.
Councilwoman Jones-Bell?
Thank you. Just one thing to Ms. Stewart. What would happen would be that the new people coming in would come in January, and they would serve 4 years. They don't miss their 6 months because they go from November to November 4 years later. So they wouldn't miss anything.
So you would be the only one that would gain, basically.
Right. And yeah, let me say that. Right. We would gain that extra 6 months, yes.
Everybody
But any election, excuse me, any election would have the same result because it has to be moved up 6 months. So somebody is going to be able to, is going to have to
give it to the people
first. Okay, but I just want you to understand that aspect.
Any other, Councilwoman Eason?
No, I don't have any.
Yes, Council President. Yeah, I just wanted to add a caveat to my comments. As I was sitting and discussing with some of the residents, the other thing that I think is important here, and when I mentioned public referendum, I really do believe that that's where this should go. But I don't think anyone sitting here, currently elected should benefit from this particular ordinance. So I would think that an effective date would have to be 2017. Let the chips fall where they may. Thank you, Council President. It would still happen. I know, it would, but at least everyone would have, exactly. Exactly. And we are not being self-serving, no one sitting here.
Council, any other questions? I do. I'm actually very, very torn. On the surface, I have to say, I see in simplicity, I see the people that are running have the opportunity, who have established that they're going to run for office. And I use Mr. Johnson as an example just because I've spoken to him. You would have that much longer to run for office now that you know it's moved from May until November. I've heard the public comments, and I'm a referendum person. I believe that we should take as much as possible to the people, engage people. I want to get on the phone and call people when I have to vote on different things and try to get as many opinions. I'm always talking to people just to get input, just to make sure that I'm out of this thinking that this is what Donna wants and making sure I'm doing what represents the people the best. And I just have to say that it's just a very hard decision because it is something that I think it is necessary in terms of moving for greater turnout, number one, because of nonpartisan election, a minority of the people in the city, and it's nobody's fault because people all have the right to come out and vote, but it just so happens a minority of the people come out and vote in May as opposed to a general election in November when you have a presidential or governor election. And to be quite honest, and talking to Councilwoman Easton, it's a very hard race as a different race that you're running in November than you're running in May. But in considering, you know, what has been said tonight, I can't support, and I'm telling you, I'm making a decision right now, and I'm finding the words very hard to say because I hear the word referendum, and I don't know even if we can amend it to, you know, what Councilwoman Dawn Butler just went a whole nother step talking about 1117. And we were even talking about 1115, and it was like just, so I guess based on the vote, if we don't, what we're going to sit back here is to see, Mr. Wolf, if it does not pass tonight, can your office please get back and advise if we would be in time for the May referendum? And Kevin, if you could work with him on that. Are there any other questions? Roll call.
Abdul Rashid.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Neeson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Butler.
Not in favor.
Councilwoman Jones Bell.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Council President Williams.
No.
Motion passes. 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Does that require a supermajority?
No, it does not.
It's not a budget item.
It's not a budget, only budget.
Okay, now we're on to ordinances tabled from August 7, 2013, regular meeting. Ordinance 32, 2013.
Is there a motion to remove 32-2013 from the table?
Move.
Second.
I'm saying move by who? Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Jones Bell. Roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
I'm voting not in favor to lift the bond ordinance.
You want to leave it on the table? Okay.
Not in favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dawn Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams is yes. Ready? You get it? As a recall, Councilman Abdul Rashid said no, and Councilwoman Corbett said no as well, and...
I said yes.
You said yes. Who
yes.
said, who the nays were,
No.
and Councilman Marable. Everybody else said yes.
Okay, so the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Who's the third?
Three?
No,
We had
no,
3 people?
No, that's right. So now we're going to, this is a motion to vote on the bond ordinance. And this would be the second reading. Is there, can I take a second? Just need you around here. Or I need you here. I'm sorry. Okay. This is a motion, this is the second reading. Do I have anybody from the public to be heard on this?
Jeffrey Field, just vote no. It just has to be preserved for the record, no.
Murphy Wilson, I should certainly hope that you would vote this down. There's too much foggy business in this bond ordinance. It could be recreated in pieces, that it's much more specific with plans, timetables, model numbers, and so forth. Please vote this down.
Thank you.
Gloria Stewart, resident of Orange. I'm going to say vote it up. The money, you need the money. You just said you're getting $50,000 for, the extended 6 months. So this is telling me that you need the money. And I'm also going to use it, say in your example as a household person, and it might come in time when you need work on your house or whatever, on a larger amount. Of course, you're managing yours, so you're going to do a better job. However, if you were to vote this up, it would give you an opportunity to do your job much better, I would think, in terms of sort of working together, managing how it's spent. And, I come here time after time and you're saying, that this administration is doing this and this administration is doing that. But comes the time we got to have the trust, okay, transparency, and accountability. So you give them the money, and I don't mean just give, you're going to, well, you got a finance committee. If you got a finance committee, my eyes, have a tendency to...
No, I just don't want you to respond to what's behind you. Just go, no, I'm fine.
Okay. But I guess my point is, you got a finance committee. And I can remember when you were pleading to get that organized, the purpose of it. And I could be off, because, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm here, and I try to use common sense. And I like to come to the meeting, as I told some of the people here, because once I look at it on TV, it's a done deal. I don't have any input or whatever, like a lot of people say, oh, I look at this and yada yada. But you have to remember, the decision has already been made. So the important thing is to be here, and I'm tired now. But I'm just saying, to be here, to have input, even if you don't listen. And I knew you were going to vote, but I appreciate your honesty, that you were going to vote the way it went, because all it takes actually is 4 votes. And for those who voted no, I appreciate that. So I just want to give you that as food for thought. Okay. But vote it up. And I know you're going to vote it down.
Are there any other, Ms. Williams?
The bond issue is a very complicated one, because I know that the city needs the money. I know that you need resources to update equipment and material and just to make it run. And I understand that there comes a point in time when you're in business that you may have to take out some sort of loan or financing to get done what you need done because you don't have the cash on hand. The voting is a very personal thing, and at the end of the day, you guys have to stand accountable for everything that you vote, personally. And I would just hope that you would take into earshot what everyone is saying to you. I'm not going to stand there and say say yes or no. That's your own personal decision. But I will say, from my seat, it seems like not only does the city suffer from a small financial issue, there's also a procedures issue that results in a lot of financial money slipping through the hands of the city. So when you're thinking about how you're going to vote, if it is a yes, I would urge you to vote and think about, with that yes, how you then start to introduce some procedural, I guess, catch-alls to make sure that the money, not just this money, but every money, even the $2 that you get from, a rabies shot, gets allocated where it needs to go and what it needs to do. Some standard operating procedures, I think I said that a couple meetings ago, would work and be helpful to the city. If you vote no, then I would love to know what the plan would be in place of the no, because the bottom line is the city needs the money. The Department of Public Works needs some trucks that work, and we need a salt thing. So I'm just asking, along with your vote, have a solution or some type of follow-up to what can happen with whatever your decision is.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Motion closed.
Good evening. Crawford Daniels, resident of Waller Street. Definitely the dullest rock in the room. I wholeheartedly add my voice to the chorus calling for a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to close?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Jones-Bell. Roll call.
Councilman Abdul-Rashid?
I'm not in favor of passing the bond
No, we
ordinance.
close it. Motion to close the public
Well,
hearing.
that still would be what I'm going to say.
So, no, not to close it? Okay, you said no, not to close. Councilman Corbett?
For the public, all you need is a voice vote.
You don't need a voice.
You don't need to call names, just.
I can do it, Councilman Easton, I can do it either way.
Well, just do a voice vote.
But we're
trying to
in the
get out of
middle,
here.
I got it, Councilman Easton, we're in the middle of it. Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Marable?
Yes.
Councilman Jones-Bell?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
What are we voting on?
To close the public hearing.
Oh, yes.
Councilman
In favor.
Williams is yes. Motion for final adoption, you got that? So you got
Yes,
one in-
there's 6 yeas and 1 nay.
Right, motion for final adoption.
Move.
Moved by
I didn't
Councilman
vote
Corbett.
against to close the, just through you to the Deputy Municipal Clerk, I didn't vote not to close the public portion. That's ridiculous.
Motion to, for final adoption,
Move.
moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Jones-Bell. On the motion,
Council President, on the motion.
Councilman Corbett.
I don't think that that the administration would have the votes to pass this, get this done. So obviously there is a strong need for the council and the administration to sit down and have open and honest dialogue and go through this thing with a fine-tooth comb and decide or make recommendations back to this council in terms of which direction we're going to go with this. Obviously, we have some dire needs that have to be addressed, many of them. So I hope that this is not torn completely apart, but what really needs to be addressed, the serious needs that need to be addressed are addressed, and both sides can come to an agreement, understanding that not everybody's going to be happy with the decision that's going to be made with this, but at least we'll be able to get some things done. But the most important thing is open and honest communication. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Councilwoman Easton.
I guess I just want the public to understand, we are going to pass a bond ordinance, and a new one should be on our next council meeting. The reason that we are not voting for this one is because we don't, not sure they even need $9 million. But I think the Public Works, the police and fire has been asked to submit their wish list to see what we can buy for them so they can be prepared next time there's a snowstorm. Because even we had passed this back in October, you wouldn't have had the equipment for this snowstorm because it takes time. So October 2013 didn't mean anything anyway, because if we really needed it, we should have passed it in July of 2012 or somewhere during that year. But we are going to, the police, fire, and Public Works are going to revamp what they need to make sure that we bring them into the 21st century. But there will be a bond ordinance on the next meeting.
And we better make sure we get these roads paved.
Right. So there will be.
And other things.
Any other,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Jones-Bell?
I just have a question. The money that we talked about
that Public Works needs? Well, the trucks that they need or plows or whatever. And then I guess for police and fire too, will we be making sure that they have what they need even if this doesn't get passed?
This, per our meeting, that's why the recommendation was to vote this down, and Marty, under Director Mays, he's gonna meet with police and fire.
This week?
Well,
Right,
they're gonna
Marty?
meet as soon, yeah, to see what their needs is. They have the most emergent need, report back to us. and
Because we're
then-
meeting in 1 week, the
Right.
committee.
But that would be, I mean, he will come back to us as soon as he knows.
Right.
But yeah, so, and
So he may
also,
not-
out of Department of Public Works, he wanted to review the list to make sure it was still relevant.
Right.
To based on what was asked previously. So it was basically for the administration to present something that's relevant, you know.
Okay, I'm clear. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Williams?
Councilwoman
He
Williams.
also needs to include Mr. Mapp, because the IT system needs to be part of this.
Roll call, Councilman Abdul Rashid.
The record, the reason I'm voting against this bond ordinance is because I had no input in this. My opinion was not considered. There's a saying, too little, too late. This is too lot, too late. And therefore, I'm voting not in favor for this bond ordinance.
Councilman Corbett.
No.
Councilwoman Eason.
No.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell.
No.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Not in favor.
Councilwoman Williams is no.
7 nays, 1 yay.
Who's the one yet?
Who's the yay?
Oh, I'm sorry, seven nays.
Ms. Smith is tired.
I'm tired too.
This is an ordinance to remove 58-2013 from the table. Ordinance amending Chapter 88 fees, Article 1, fees derived from Code Provisions, Section 88-1, Schedule of fees, setting rates and fees for the use of the water system. Is there a motion to lift this? Moved by Councilman, I'm sorry, moved by Councilman Corbett. Second. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
No, this
second.
bald head on this side over here.
Second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Roll call.
Councilman
Motion to
Abdul-
lift from the table.
Ready?
Councilman,
In favor?
Councilman Corbett.
No.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell.
No.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
This is to lift?
Yes.
From the table.
Councilwoman Williams is yes.
Does not pass. 3 yeas, 4 nays.
No,
We got Corbett is nay. Gaunt Butler, nay.
No, she voted yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I voted.
Okay, so that would be
Corbett
reversed.
and Marable that voted no.
Jones Bell voted no.
And Jones Bell.
No, stop. Point of order. Can I get an official count of what just transpired for my edification and clarity?
We have you as saying yes.
Correct.
We have Mr. Corbett is saying no.
Correct.
We have Easton saying yes.
Correct.
We have Gaunt Butler saying yes.
Correct.
And we have Jones Bell stating no.
Correct.
And then we have Marable stating no.
Correct.
And then we have Williams stating yes.
And so the count is
4-3.
in favor?
Yes, sir.
You didn't say that. Okay.
So this is, motion is lifted from the table. We have, this would be in the public hearing. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this? This is regarding.
Jeff Feld, it's 1220. When this started, I think there was a promise by this council, because there was a presentation made by Mr. Mobley and someone from Mr. Lurch's firm during a conference meeting. The public was never able to question them. There was questions about the report that came in. There was questions about the capital expenditures that would be needed. There was a promise made by this council that at least we would, the citizens, would at least have an opportunity to question the makers of the report, or to see that report. That never occurred. Because one of the issues we had is that Mr. Lurch, his firm, are accountants. They're not engineers. And one of the things they were talking about why you needed the money was to fund certain capital improvements. They really didn't have expertise to give. And that was a lot of people were saying that during the public section, during the regular meeting, and you said we would have an opportunity to question them. It's now 12:20. Mr. Mobley's not here. There's no one here from Mr. Lurch's office. And it's really a question of really whether the public had reasonable notice that tonight, that the Finance Committee had made a recommendation yesterday. My suggestion is tell everyone that the next meeting you'll vote on this. At least we'll let the public, because this, we're talking about a rate increase. This is a substantial rate increase coming on here. That it's not a 12:20 walked off the floor where people never really had an opportunity to question the report. It goes back to, transparency, accountability. And TAT, we heard the phrase TAT earlier today. I would just suggest, tell everyone that this will be voted on at the next meeting, and let the public have an opportunity really to have reasonable notice and opportunity to be heard on it. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public would like to be heard?
Murphy Wilson, I concur with what was just said. I really think this is premature and unfair to the citizens, to the taxpayers, because we didn't have the opportunity to have any kind of a forum or any kind of question and answer on this. So I feel it's unfair for you, and the late hour and all. I think it's unfair to be voting on this now.
Ms. Stewart?
Gloria Stewart, a resident of Orange. I agree with the two speakers before me, and I can remember when Mr. Mobley stood over there and gave his short report about the water, increased the fees for the water. And I think I may have questioned or spoken on it then. First of all, I'm just going to go with that the water is not good. I don't drink orange water. I do not drink the water. And it destroys my pipes in the house. That's how bad it is. I even sent some to, how Home Depot, they have this little sample that you send. You got a call back from the lady, so that wasn't good, even though I missed my call. But I figured that she thought enough of me to call me back meant that something was wrong. So I said I was going to do a follow-up, that something is wrong with the water. So why should we pay fees? And then when I listened to Mr. Mobley give the report, it was almost like he was on their side in terms of increasing the fee. You're supposed to be advocates for the residents of Orange. If you could keep the fees low and get what needs to be done, then we should work toward that goal, and I don't see that happening. And you should have left it on the table until the kinks were worked out of this, and that's just food for thought. Although I know you're going to vote it the way you want it. So that's food for thought.
Say something.
Yeah.
Motion closed.
Motion to close by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilman Easton. Motion for final adoption.
Move.
All in favor?
Second.
I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion for final adoption.
Move. Second.
Second by Councilman Corbett on the motion. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I just wanted to state a couple of things. I talked about this yesterday at the Finance Committee, is that Chris Mobley is the parking and water liaison, but a majority of the things that deal with the water come out of the engineering department. So I am privileged to a lot of the meetings that take place, and I do know about a lot of the capital costs that are going to be needed to maintain our water system. And I just want to state for the record, our water system is in pretty bad shape, and that every day we delay this, it makes it worse and worse in terms of the cost to get the repairs that we do need. I was privileged to the report. I did go over the report several times with Mr. Lurch and our engineer, and also Chris Mobley. And in my opinion, this is something that's needed for the residents and the water system. We talk about how bad the water system is, but if we don't act to increase these rates, we don't even have enough money to make sure that all of the repairs are necessary can be made, and the water system is only going to get worse.
Councilwoman Easton?
I just want to say I agree with Mr. Mays, and I think, but let me just back up it. This is ordinance from 2013. And as much as as the residents get up here and tell us that we should get things done before we come to, this has been up here on the table. Any one of you could have come to City Hall, sit down with Mr. Mobley, sit down with Marty Mays, and had all of your questions answered. You don't need to do it in the council forum, like you tell us all the time. This didn't just come about. This has been here for a long time. So you can come to City Hall, they're always here, sit down with them, they could have went over to the rates, they could have explained whatever you needed to explain. So for you to come up here tonight and say you didn't have an opportunity to talk about this, it's been on the table for how long? You could have done that. It's been on the table for so many months, you could have done that. So, and if you didn't understand, they would explain the whole thing as to why they need it, because we all know, just like gas goes up, everything goes up. They need money to maintain certain things. That's why we're in the same condition as we are with the snow removal, because every time somebody wanted to do something, everybody had a complaint about, we don't want to spend the money. You can't do this, you can't do that. At some point, we got to move forward. We got to move this city forward and keep things working. I pay just as many taxes as a lot of you sitting out there. I'm not complaining. My taxes goes up with everybody else. So I'm saying if we need this to keep this city going, this is what we need to do.
Any other council member?
Yes, on the motion.
Councilwoman Butler?
Yeah. I just wanted to say this. With regards to the water rates, schedules of fees, I do agree with some of the comments that were made by the residents and by Director Mays, but the bottom line for me is I had an up-close and personal tour of the water facility. There's quite a bit of corrosion in the old facility. We are losing tons of water daily. So there are a lot of fixes that need to be addressed with regards to our water system. And one thing that I do not want to jeopardize is the water system with regards to consumption and the safety of residents. So in saying that, I am going to vote for this, and I'm going to vote in the affirmative, but the rationale is, one, like I said, the viability of the residents and public safety, certainly sustainability and maintenance are a consideration as well. But there probably will be additional costs associated with water maintenance and the water system going forward. And if anyone would like to come and see me personally, I have the pictures on my cell phone with regards to the water facility. Thank you, Council President.
Any other council members? Just before we close, I just want to piggyback onto what Councilwoman Butler stated. And the issue that she has pictures of, it was something that was brought, and we can't go back and undo what was done, but it was something that had been brought previously to a previous administration's attention, and it had not been taken care of. And so now it's a bigger issue. But of course, the fact that the water, the amount of your use, of course, of water is the amount of your usage. So it's not like it's a money maker, it's sustainability, as Councilwoman Butler said. And we're really behind the 8 ball in terms of updating. There's a lot of recommendations that have not been done. So we really need to do this. And there was something, and this is Director Mays, I believe initially this is a 1-year contract, and over the 1 year we'll be reviewing as what we'll be doing going forward. And one of the things that, that we can probably talk about, bringing it was very shocking that in part of the report that there was really no difference if we were to do it by consultant or handle it in-house. But the in-house, you would have to consider salaries and raising a salary, but the cost is almost synonymous. So it's something that we will be talking about in the next year, but we need to move forward. Motion to roll call.
Councilmember Abdul Rashid?
have 4 consent agenda items. It's 1228 in favor.
Councilman Corbett?
No.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Jones Bell?
In favor.
Councilman Marable?
No.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 5 to 2.
A motion to, I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay, before we go to the consent agenda, I have a motion to suspend the rules to add 49-2014 to the consent agenda.
Second.
And I want to just make sure everybody has the right one. It was the one numbered 50. Huh?
Now it's 49, right?
Right, and that's the resolution awarding of contracts to Phoenix Integrated System. Who moved it? I'm sorry. Councilwoman Jones Bell?
Yes.
And who second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Gordon Butler, and this is to add to the consent agenda, 49-2014.
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
In favor
On
to
the
add.
motion,
Yeah, I'm sorry, on the motion.
what's the urgency?
Director Mays?
Police department.
Director Mays?
Public needs to know that, besides myself.
Director Mays?
Yes. I don't want to talk forever. I know it's late, but I do want to just stress this point so the council members know, and most of you already know this anyway, that when the police municipal building was developed and built, they had a lot of problems and they had a lot of delays, and it cost a lot of more money in overruns. But to make a short version is that there's a lot of issues there, and a lot of the systems are starting to go, and the access cards the system is outdated and it's starting to go, meaning that if there was a fire or emergency or anything that happened there, several of the doors, the majority of the doors don't work. And it's also a security matter based on, in many places, you can't use your security card to open the doors. It's really a bad situation. Councilwoman Easton has been going back and forth with me on this, and actually we started working on this. I know y'all tired of hearing me say this, but this was actually start working on this a year ago, and we just down to this point. At one point, we just said we couldn't find the money anywhere in anybody's budget. We couldn't do anything, and then we found an old police bond ordinance that has money in it that can cover this. And again, this is just one of what I call 3 or 4 systems that over there that's not working. We corrected last year the air conditioning. We got a new contract with a company, and we were able to save a lot of money. We did that. This basically will be the second thing that we did over there, and you still got to worry about the cameras, which are all falling down. Everybody sees it when they go there. And there's a couple other things that need to be updated.
Mr. Bates, but just for clarity, and the police cannot get in the building right now. So this
Right.
is the access that Councilwoman Easton has been talking about. Any other questions on the motion?
I like how you found the money.
Well, we Joy searched all the old bond ordinances and found money to get it.
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
This is to add to the,
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilman Gordon Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Jones Bell?
In favor.
Councilman Marable?
Abstain?
Council President Williams?
yes.
Motion passes 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
Consent agenda. All items with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the city council will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda.
Council President,
Councilman Hassan Abdul Rashid?
the last one, whatever the number is, at this point, I can't see.
49,
48, 2014.
No, 49.
The bill list.
You want to
48.
move the bill list?
I want to vote on that separately.
48. Councilwoman, somebody?
Yes, 46, 2014.
46. Is that it?
No, I want to pull,
No, you don't.
He's asleep.
So 47, 47, 49. We're voting on the consent.
45.
Yeah, we're voting on the consent agenda, 45-2014, 47-2014, and 49-2014.
Move.
Moved by
Second.
Council Easton, second by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Going back to 46-2014. Mr. Wolf, do we have an amendment to that last sentence? I'm sorry, do you have
What
it there?
last sentence?
The second whereas. If you pull up 46-2014, there was a typo. And the second whereas should read, whereas the 20-day period has commenced as of February 18, 2014, and it has been requested that said period be waived and made effective immediately in order for the city to consider the petition deadline for March 10, 2014 as amended. Is there a motion for 46-2014?
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Easton.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Jones Bell on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
In favor?
Councilman Corbett?
yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler?
Not in favor.
Councilwoman Jones Bell?
In favor.
Councilman Noble?
No.
Council President Williams?
No.
Passes
Passes 4-3.
4-3. 4-3.
Yes, it passes.
Administrative code.
Council
But Mr.
President, can we move the
Council,
agenda? Can we
please,
just move the agenda? Can we
Councilman
move the
Abdul
agenda?
Rashid, thank you.
Yeah, let's just move the agenda.
You okay?
So you're going to 49-2014. Mr. Feld, please don't yell from the audience again.
48, right?
48.
Just take it out.
48, you're right. You got to remove the $94.
We're on 48-2014.
Motion.
Remember, we had to remove the $95 off of page 1.
That was the only thing we removed.
That is correct.
This is the bill list.
Yes.
it is.
We got a new total.
That's the only thing being removed?
Yes. You want to do it, okay. Wait. Got $1,923, 44, $446.01.
Sounds good.
Okay. 1923, 446.01.
1923. 4621.
446.01.
Yeah,
11. That's right. 19223
We have a resolution approving the bill list for the council meeting vote on February 18, 2014, dated February 14, 2014, as approving checks issued by the Finance Department in accordance with Ordinance 2-95 for the grand total of $1,923,044.01.
No, 446.
$446.01,
$446.01.
sorry.
Is there a motion?
Move.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Easton, second by Councilwoman Jones Bell on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Abdul-Rashid,
Not in favor?
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Grant Butler,
In favor.
Councilwoman Jones Bell,
Yes.
Councilman Murphy,
No?
Council President Williams,
Yes, I'm sorry.
motion passes 5-2.